hearing. And our next group of submitters, just for anyone that may not have been here earlier this morning, submitters have 10 minutes, including questions from councillors. And also it's important to remember that your verbal presentations should relate directly to your written submissions. And first up, we have a submitter joining us via Zoom. So welcome, Paul. On mute.
Kia ora, Your Worship. Thank you for giving me this opportunity to speak to my submission. Like I've said in the written submission, I appreciate the conundrum you guys are in. It's not a decision I would like to make, but I'd just like to point out two particular issues I'd just like to raise and remind you of, which I put in my written submission. One is that I'm a little bit disappointed in the government, of course, for not supporting Napier City Council in maintaining the properties. And when I think about the efforts you've made around Three Waters and what the joint councils here in Hawke's Bay made about to Wakatoki around the speed limits on Highway 50 on the Napier Taupo Road, I think you could perhaps put a bit more effort into encouraging the government to do the right thing. And the other one is, I think with the upcoming local government review, I think it would be a sensible thing to do to panic and your asset base, because you're losing obviously all your Three Water assets. And I think it would be remiss to not think about the consequences to your balance sheets in terms of your asset base if you were to sell off the properties. So I think just those two things I'd like you guys to keep in mind when you're making a decision. That would be I'd be grateful for it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Paul. Before I open up for questions, I'd just like to make the statement we haven't lost our Three Water assets yet. But I concur with your thoughts and comments about the local government review, and obviously that's only in the early stages, and what that might look like in terms of the future of local government is a big unknown at this point in time. So I will just open up to councillors for any questions. No, you're off the hook. Short and sweet.
I've got a question.
Oh, Councillor Bowe.
Excellent. Thank you very much. I appreciate that, and thank you for your time, guys, and sleep well on your decision. Cheers.
Thank you very much, Paul. Now, I would like to invite, if she is present, Shirley Lamus of WIT Incorporated to present to us next. Okay. Therefore, Peter Grant.
Your Worship and councillors for Napier, my name's Peter Grant, and along with our kaumātua Piri Prentice, I co-chair this Positive Ageing Strategic Advisory Group, commonly known as PASAG. And I acknowledge in particular Councillor Greg Mawson, who is the council representative on that working group. Thank you for giving PASAG the opportunity to address the council in relation to the housing consultation. You've each obviously received a copy of the submission and have had an opportunity to read it, and I'll cover the key points in it now. The submission has been made in the knowledge that the council has approved a positive ageing strategy for our city. In approving the strategy, the council noted that they wished Napier to become an age-friendly city. To achieve this outcome, the Council has accepted a positive ageing strategy and has commissioned our group to come up with an action plan to put that into place. If you look at the ageing strategy, it has been accepted by Council that there are 7 priority areas: health and wellbeing, getting around, things to do, being safe, housing, community spirit, and being informed and involved. If you look at these priorities, housing is key to all of them and is involved in some way in each of them. Without having suitable and adequate housing, achieving each of the other priorities will be harder, if not impossible. Council recognises this in part by setting aside 300 odd houses of the 377 for vulnerable elderly. The Council's also recognised other important factors related to the work being done by PASAG, which are currently the people in Napier over 65 make up 20% of our population, which is well above the national average of 15%. By 2040, the Napier population over 65 will be around 26% of our population, so it's increasing. As the number of elderly residents in our city increase, so will the number of vulnerable elderly. Vulnerable elderly residents we take as being those that don't have the resources to move into into a retirement village, don't have their own houses, many will have health issues, and they either aren't able to or don't wish to move into the accommodation with their whānau. Without any question at all, the demand for community housing from the Council for our vulnerable elderly is going to grow. Also, in providing this housing, the Council has shown that this city has a social conscience, and that Council exercises that conscience on behalf of us all by caring for those people who have contributed so much to our city over their lifetimes. These ageing people deserve to be looked after in their twilight years. However, PASAG also understands the position that the Council is currently in, with the income from the community housing not covering the costs related to having them. Already additional funds needed to sustain these houses are being taken from the rates. This then places on the community what is in effect an additional tax that communities without council housing don't have to pay. And the need for this additional funding is going to be increasing. However, in looking at the solution, we believe that as presented, the 3 options being considered by Council are not viable. Our view is that option 1, the combination of rates increases, rental increases and reduction of services required to meet the increasing costs of the current housing is simply not sustainable. The impact on rates increases alone would have serious adverse effects on the cost of living for everybody in Napier, whether a ratepayer or a renter. Option 2, this simply delays the impact of option 1, because when the money made from selling a few houses runs out, you're going to be back with option 1 or option 2 or selling more. Option 3, the reality is that if all houses are put up for sale with the conditions promised by the Council as a caveat, most providers of community housing wouldn't be able to afford them or sustain them until they in time become eligible for the income-related rent subsidy from the government. However, we believe it's relevant that over time, if houses are sold to any other community housing provider, all of these houses would eventually become eligible for the IRRS, and this cost would fall to the government to pay under the existing legislation. PASAG believes that the only way that this housing can be sustained, enhanced and further developed is to pursue a variation of the options very loosely related to option 1 and option 3. The first, council retain ownership of the housing and set up a council-owned entity that manages the housing, with the government recognising the housing as being community housing and paying council the IRRS as they would have to do eventually if owned by any other recognised community housing organisation. The second, if the government doesn't trust the councils to be able to undertake this task, then the council set up a standalone entity and gift the houses to that entity, which the government would then need to recognise as community housing, and in doing so, pay this entity the IRRS over time as the tenancies change. In recommending these options, we're very aware that successive governments of all colours have refused to recognise council-owned housing as community housing because of the impact of the IRRS. We are also aware that a number of other councils are currently undergoing a review of their own housing and are again pressuring the government to consider and reconsider their stance on the IRRS. All councils and local government and local government New Zealand need to support each other with this and make the government aware that in the long-term consequences of not changing their current stance on the IRRS. If councils are forced out of providing community housing by increasing costs, then clearly it will become the government that's left to pick up the pieces. The financial and social costs of this occurring would be extremely damaging, and particularly for the elderly. This simply doesn't make sense, and it would have a devastating effect on New Zealand. It makes even less sense when you consider that New Zealand is in the middle of a major housing crisis, where hundreds of families have been in emergency housing, some for years, at a huge cost both financially and socially. These people will potentially now be dependent on the government for the rest of their lives. To break this cycle, the government needs to partner with councils and provide additional community housing so that we can close the emergency housing. If the government were to partner with our council, I believe the entity to manage this housing could be a regional one, covering all the 4 councils of Hawke's Bay. And I'm aware there are issues that would have to be worked through with this, but a regional entity managing the houses in Hawke's Bay would have economies of scale. In summary, the PASAG does not support any of the 3 options as they are proposed currently by Council. We believe very simply they would not work for our community. We would hope that a caring government would see the wisdom of acknowledging that council housing is community housing and support councils in expanding this type of housing with the payment of the IRRS. We request that the council makes no decision related to the future of council housing until the government has again been approached by Local Government New Zealand and individual councils to conduct a review and give an updated decision in related to council's eligibility for the IRRS. Further, we suggest that as a part of this review, that all political parties be approached for a definitive view and comment on this issue prior to the elections, and that the views of each party be made public to all New Zealand voters. Thank you. Happy for questions.
Thank you very much, Peter. And I can assure you that we will be continuing to advocate for the IRRS. And knowing you as a man of action, I'd like to lay down a bit of a challenge to yourself and other community members that alongside actions that we take, obviously community action or a community-led petition or something of that ilk would certainly add to any activity that we undertake as part of the local government sector.
I accept the challenge, and obviously PASAG will pick it up as well. And all of the groups that are associated with PASAG are pretty passionate about this, because it really is the centre of what we're doing. Without the housing, the people that deserve looking after are just not going to be looked after.
Right.
That's it, simple.
It is, that's right. So just any questions from councillors? No, very clear, well thought out submission. Thank you, Peter.
Thank you.
And thank you to the whole of the advisory committee for their input.
Thank you. I knew I'd leave them speechless.
First time.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, I'd like to welcome Jonathan Wallace of the Soho Group, please.
This is the answer. Just with nothing.
Good afternoon. I'm Jonathan Wallace, primarily of Wallace Development Company, Wallace Property Company, and this is Ben Lennon, our Financial Director. I think you may have our letter there, but we set up a company called Soho Group five or 6 years ago, after being requested by the government to do so to get scale into public housing, or social housing as it was called then, hence the name of the group, Soho Social Housing. So we are now, we work closely with since then we've worked closely with the MHUD, Ministry of Housing and Urban Development, and we're their largest developer and owner of public housing. We've currently finished over 300 houses for them. We've got 300 in various stages of consenting, and we also have been approached by Kangaroa to build them regional houses, which we've got 150 contracted to them, being constructed at the moment. So we're reasonably familiar with the public or multiple housing situation. The company takes a 100-year view on its business plans, and all decisions are based around that. All the houses that we've built, apart from the ones we're selling directly to KO, we retain and manage. We work with various community housing providers, or CHIPs, to do the tenancy management, and we do the asset management. So we do what we do well, which is look after land and buildings, and they look after the tenants. We're primarily here because we're local, and we've looked at the submissions and looked at the housing stock, and didn't really think that any of the three solutions put up really were that great, to be honest. And I give us a bit of a concern, as we've seen in other cities where we work, that ends up defaulting Kangaroa, which we don't think is a good solution either for Napier or the housing. So we looked at what we could do to sort of come up with an alternative, and this is just an alternative solution. So we came up with the idea of perhaps converting your properties to a ground lease. We take over the properties, we develop the properties, considerably add. Our model's showing us we're taking your 377 up to 833 houses. That requires demolishing 90 or 92 of the houses we've got there, and using the surplus land there to get more density, which is more modern. All the houses that are left will be brought up to healthy home standards. So, and all existing tenant agreements will be honoured. So anyone in a house, in a home, will be no worse off. In fact, we'll improve their homes. This is staged over several years. Obviously, we can't get in and do it all at once because we've got existing tenants. So we would go through in an organised and predetermined strategy to add housing. We believe we've sort of set up for this. We can do the scale. We can enhance existing tenancy experience. There's no risk to Napier Council because they own fundamentally the land, which is the asset. We would turn an annual deficit that you have into a surplus because we'd be paying ground rent back to the council. All our properties are eligible for the IRRS. And as far as I know, they've told us existing houses aren't at the moment, so all ours are new, so they'll get the IRRS, and we would look to all the new houses to be also to apply for the IRRS through the CHIP, not through us. We take pride in what we do, what we own, and would continue to do this here as well. So that's it in a nutshell. We've provided, or we've got sort of provided the council before, like a strategy of how we would do it, when we would do it, things like that, which are available from the council offices, or we have them here if needed also. So that's what we got in a nutshell, really. Has anyone got any questions for that?
Thank you very much, Jonathan. A quick question from me is, would your model, your proposition, be viable for a smaller number of villages, say, for example, just the 3 social housing villages?
Yeah, it would. Although the one in Carlisle is pretty dense already. I mean, I think we bring the ability to add scale quickly. But yeah, it'll work.
Okay. Yep. Thank you. Councillor Taylor.
Thank you, Jonathan, for your submission. I just note on the bottom of your letter that existing tenants will continue under the current terms of their tenancy, which I imagine means the current rent that they're paying.
Whatever the existing lease says, yes. Yeah.
So what I'm interested in is what period would that stay? Because I have experience of selling a property, social housing property, to an independent private, and the rents went up as soon as it was able to be put up. So I'm just interested.
Oh, we would. The intention is to honour it as though it was still council owned. Yeah. So I haven't looked at the lease agreements, individual lease agreements, but whatever the intention is, we could be contracted in.
Okay.
The intention is not to get them and put them up. The intention of the existing tenants is to keep under the conditions they are. Now, I assume there's some sort of rent review mechanism that the council would invoke anyway. We would just do nothing different than that.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Crown.
Thank you, Jonathan. Thank you both for coming today. My question is around the tenancy management and I suppose the social aspect. You said that a CHIP takes care of that while you guys do the maintenance side of things. When we did our market soundings, we found that there wasn't a lot of appetite from CHIPs to just provide that part of the service. So how do you get around that? Is it your existing relationships? Is it scale? How do you find that?
Well, I think the intention would be for us to manage existing tenancies, being Soho Group, and the new houses would be managed by a CHIP, because then they would be entitled to the IRS, and that's the incentive they need to get here to do it. But we do have existing relationships, I think, with about 6 or 8 of the more established CHIPs around the country.
Anyone locally?
Just TTOH from Hastings.
Deputy Mayor
Peter
Bosman.
Thank you, Jonathan and Ben, for your submission. I think it would be really valuable just to staff if we could have tabled with us if there was further information that you've provided that's not necessarily in your original letter, because I wonder if a few of my questions might be answered in that. And one of them is around the ground lease. We're specifically referring to the ground lease, but obviously there's a range of property, houses on that as well, that I presume when you say take over the ground lease, it would include all the capital investment on top?
Yes.
Yes. And what sort of term of lease would you be looking at? Is this a longer term? I know your business model's 100 years. But...
Oh, just like your other city ground leases, like perpetual.
Okay.
I would ask that, and we put it in that we would be looking for concessionary rate on that until we've actually developed each individual property. Then it would revert to more typical market, because obviously they're making a loss at the moment.
Yes, and as part of your investment strategy, I presume that at the end of that lease term, the balance of the new housing that you had developed on the land would return to council ownership? Or
Yes, eventually, but if it's perpetual, that never happens. If it's
so-
99 years, it does, but
Yes.
yeah,
So you would be proposing in perpetuity lease?
yeah.
Okay,
But again, we haven't got to that detail.
yes, just trying to understand.
Probably 100 years is going to roughly see me out anyway, so either or.
All of us, I'd presume. Okay, yeah, thank you, Jonathan. I'll have a good read of the tabled information if that's available. Yeah, thank you.
Councillor Crystal.
Thank you, Jonathan. One of the concerns of a lot of our residents is
the mixing of social and pensioner housing in villages together. So is your proposal to keep and retain the sort of separate identities of the village, or would that mix start to happen with the new builds?
Well, we're looking for really good outcomes, you know, so we're not looking for bad outcomes here. So I think we would look to group primarily like with like, or good mixes. I think that we would have to work with a chip in that, but if that is a concern, we can certainly do that. And when it comes to public housing, the elderly are the best tenants anyway. So we'd be encouraged. And if we got with a chip like Salvation Army, for example, they pretty much just do elderly.
Okay.
So I think that's something we can manage. We're well aware of what one bad tenant does to a community. You know, we've been in it a while now, and we've seen the good and the bad.
Councillor Bogue.
Thank you. Just a couple of questions. Thanks, Jonathan. Would you intend to develop any private housing in the properties that you lease? Because we do have quite a bit of space for further development. Or would they all be social housing?
We'd look to be public housing, yeah.
Okay. The other thing is, one of the issues around chips in the IRRS is that in order to, under the current regime, in order to qualify for the income-related rent subsidy, you have to first be assessed by MSD, and the chip, you know, will help clients do that. So if you've already got a home, you're not eligible, or if you're in a flat or whatever. And they will select people who are at the top or the bottom or whatever of the list of people who are basically homeless or living in motels or whatever. What sort of guarantee would we have? You know, one of the covenants we have about what we do with these houses is that we want the pensioners to be living there, you know, without other social groups moving in. What kind of guarantee would we have that if we accepted your offer, that we would not get this mix? Because the way things are now, there's only about 15 or so % of the people on the social housing register are over 65 or less. So if you've got a large number of houses owned by a chip, and they are asked, in order to get the IRRS, to take people from the top of that social housing register, they're not likely to be pensioners.
Well, the chips we work with at the moment get the choice of who goes in them. They're provided with a list of 20 people for each property. And if they don't want anyone on that list, they get another 20. So they do, the chip has a lot of discretion about who goes in it, in their property. I think, though, that we could set it up so we allocate areas where it's just for the elderly and where it's not.
Like it is now,
Yeah.
like 8 of it.
Well, there's going to be more of them, but I don't see as difficult as separating that out, if that's a big concern.
Thank you.
But some also, just because they're under 65 doesn't mean they're poor tenants. I mean, it's also probably at times a healthy mix from a community perspective. Most of the places we would do and have done have been 1 and 2 bedroom, so it's not likely to be families, larger families in them.
Councillor Simpson.
Yeah, through you, Madam Mayor, I think my question's just been answered, and that was around what would eventually be 547 new dwellings. What were the bedrooms? What was the number of bedrooms that were likely to have been included in the assessments that you'd made? But I think you've just answered that by saying 1 and 2 bedroom.
Primarily by vast majority. That's what HUD asks for all the time.
Councillor Mawson.
Yeah, through the Mayor. Excuse me, Jonathan, I'm just wondering, some of these villages have halls, little community halls within the village, and one of which I know that's earthquake prone. Would you envisage actually doing those halls up for the community use, or actually developing on those sites?
We'll probably assess how often they were used and maybe what use they really were.
Sorry?
We'd make an assessment really of what use they were, if they're being used as they originally were, as often. But I couldn't say here now that we would strengthen every hall on those properties, because some may just be in places where it's better for housing. I mean, housing, I think, is our main issue in the city, rather than places to meet. But there would be sort of usually an on-site manager's facility, and perhaps, I'm not sure if that can be combined with meeting areas.
That's what we do. That's fine.
Happy. Oh, councillor Tapani.
Thank you, and through you, Your Worship. Most of my questions have been answered, so it's an indicator that I'm looking for really now. It was great to hear that you're being quite open-minded around your options. So I'm particularly interested in a couple of things. The first is what so far has been your experience around increasing density of housing and the social outcomes. Is there a policy that Soho used to guide the development in these spaces to help mitigate what are well-established impacts of density in social housing spaces? And what has been your experience? Are you looking to just intensify houses? Your earlier comment around social buildings that are already in place might need assessment. What then is the thinking of the Soho Collective around providing social and community connection in those spaces?
I think I understand what you're asking, but the complexes we've made all go through design and external design processes with the community-based outcome as at the forefront of that. It's not maximising density, it's making a community and taking into account things like privacy and also tenant interaction into account. Now, very well, we have to run these through HUD or KO, plus our own internal designers, plus the city council's urban designers, and so they get a pretty rigorous go-over. They're not just put on without thought. They're all done with angles, doorways, balconies. Anytime there's a social interaction, it's all planned for. None of it is put there just because we can get more houses on or anything like that. It's done with that outcome in mind.
Well, Bernardus, that addresses my concerns and questions. Thank you.
I mean, everything we built too would obviously have to run through the Napier City Council, which has its urban development, urban design team look over it. So, as well as HUD's designers, as well as our own. Again, we're not looking for bad outcomes.
Sorry.
Again, we're not looking to do this actually to optimise the commercial situation either. I mean, we've got plenty of that. It's kind of a response to seeing the Napier situation, to be honest. If we wanted to make more money, we could go and build factories or houses or factories or offices or shops or something like that. So it's not solely about that. I'm not saying we're doing this for nothing either. It's not our intention, otherwise we'll go broke and it'll be a poor outcome, but it's not here to optimise financial gain.
Councillor Price and then Councillor Bogue.
Jonathan, just one question on the lease. Would you have a time that you could put on it rather than the never, never?
Oh, yeah, but we haven't, it'd have to be long term because, I mean, the buildings have probably got a 100-year lifespan, something like that. So if it's not perpetual, it's generally down to around about 99, but we wouldn't do 25 or 50.
No, it's just after your time limit so that...
Well, we'd look at that.
Yeah, thank you.
Councillor Bogue.
Thank you. The market value of our portfolio is, I think, 110 million. I think I've got that right. So in terms of a lease, are you talking about a peppercorn lease or something quite substantial that would, give us quite a bit of money in the pocket for that?
Well, I think that's a new valuation. When we first looked at that, your valuation was a lot less than that. But there's a formula based on a percentage of return of the ground value. So that it's kind of not in your hands or ours, particularly for a market situation. We would ask for, as I said earlier, concession to start to get us a chance to develop them. But then it would probably be valued either GV land value and a percentage return with a 7-year review, something like that. That's typical commercial terms.
Okay, there's no further questions. Now, Jonathan, you have said that you've got some additional information to table.
Yes.
Just wanted to note that that will then make it public facing. So if there was anything with any commercial sensitivity in there, just to let you know now if you would rather not table that at this point in time.
What have we got, Ben? We've got a bit of a staged plan of development, which is looks a bit like this: the villages and what year they might be done, and the numbers added and demolished. Is that it? We have something else as well.
Do you want to table this?
Oh, this was just our assessment of your options and the outcomes for the council, whether it was green, orange, or red. But you can
green
probably
ones.
figure that out. But we're happy to.
Happy to share that?
We're happy to share those.
Okay,
Yeah, I mean,
lovely.
it's,
Thank you very
I
much.
mean, anyone can go around really and look at them and come up with a plan to stage development. So there's nothing particularly commercially sensitive about that.
Okay. Thank you. So we will get one of the governance team to share that out amongst the councillors, and thank you both very much for your time today and your submission.
No problem. You're welcome. Thank you.
And I would like to invite Andy White up to present, please. Welcome, Andy.
Thank you.
Now, we would just ask if you speak into the microphone for anyone watching online. Thank you very much.
Okay, well, thank you for the opportunity. My interest is primarily around housing, social housing for the disabled and mental health and such vulnerable groups. I don't profess to have a good insight around aged care. It's not my field. So I suppose that my interest is that the existing housing is retained for that use within an organisation that belongs to the community or as part of the community. So not a large outside or national oriented organisation, because I think that the local organisations that do exist in social housing have a link to the community, an interest in the community, and I think that's a good reflection of Napier City Council retaining its connection to those service provisions. So I primarily would like to see that the properties are retained in local ownership or operation, and there is a distinction. Important that the existing tenancies are retained, that it is retained for social housing. And I have an interest in that an organisation that is, I'm going to say, owning or operating the social houses that exist have a link with social support organisations, because I think there is a real benefit in them understanding the needs and circumstances of people in those housing situations and the catering for them, particularly when things go wrong or they are, shall I say, less desirable tenants in some other social situations. I think they need quite clear support that can make things work, or they can be in programs that are developing their capability to be successful tenants, from which they can move out, and I've seen plenty of it happen, into tenancies with private treaties, so that new people have an opportunity to come in, and so that the housing can be used as a development of opportunity or capability of the people that are living in them. I think the most critical thing, though, of any organisation that has the ownership or operation of those houses are working to good financial and management plans. And one of the biggest faults that I see in small organisations often is that they aren't working to good capital improvement plans. So I think that there needs to be a strong accountability to Napier City Council, so that they are transparent in making sure that any or the majority of income is actually being reinvested back into capital improvement and good maintenance of those properties. As an aside, one of the errors that I see in organisations is that there is a tendency to use the concept of depreciation as a tax benefit when it actually isn't, particularly if they're not-for-profit organisations, but instead should be used as a reserve fund so that there is funding for investment. And quite often it's not, it gets sidetracked into other things, and then suddenly you have the problem that Napier City Council currently faces, as I interpret things. And I think that whatever is would be entered into as in an agreement with the City Council, if, for example, as I prefer to see, that the properties would be transferred to those trusts, that obviously is a caveat that they go back to the council, can't be sold on in any fashion at all. If there was a reason for that trust to be closing down, for example, and that the what was the other piece I was going to say? No, I'll leave it. And that through it, there's annual reporting on how that funding is being used that comes out of it. Again, emphasising the not-for-profit aspect of it. And all I can say is that seemingly now, the current properties, there's a lot of capital investment that's needed. And without having an opportunity to do diligence on it, then all I can see is the benefit for the council in terms of transferring it, as opposed to necessarily selling, that by transferring, the council is demonstrating that commitment to community by keeping it within community if it's in a local trust or organisation. And the council would be alleviating itself of a deficit of some considerable amount at the moment per annum. And if that can be seen as a benefit that is not continuing to drain on ratepayers, but still retains it for local community, which is what it was originally set up for, that's where I would urge that they go. So therefore, transfer, keep it local, and a caveat back to the council so that there is a assurance of community interest in those investments that have already been made. And that's essentially it.
Thank you very much, Andy. Are there any questions from councillors? Councillor Bogue.
Thank you for that. I understood transfer meant sell. That's the way we've used it, I thought, in our...
It said or.
No. So you're saying that you want the asset handed over to you without paying anything so you can operate a chip, but we'd still own it? I don't really understand.
Two options. One could be own it, carry on owning it, and in essence, engage the chip to operate, but their operations will be accountable back to the City Council, or transfer it, not sell. The problem with selling is that not-for-profit organisations don't have capital, and you can raise capital against property, but only as far as you can service the loan. And if you're keeping rents down, which I think is important to do, then you're not going to be able to make that viable, quite simply.
And this, if you let me say something else, please. And this is why some councils that have sold their housing to chips have done it at sort of bargain basement rates, a lot lower than the market.
Okay, so in my submission, I recognise my past experience with HOHEPA and my current experience with WIT, both of which are in social housing kind of settings. And that limited capacity to raise money doesn't exist unless you go into a lot of fundraising, and so it's gradual. So I think it's really retaining the housing that is in there, and maybe in longer term forming partnerships with developers, which can happen, but the properties that are there, we need the housing there for those people now.
Thank you.
Any further questions? Thank you very much for your time today, Andy.
Thank you.
Just like to check if we have Shirley Lammas from WIT present.
She is ill today.
Oh, is she? Thank you, Andy.
And I wasn't speaking on behalf.
Okay.
We have her submission.
And do we have Nicholas Palmisano present? Okay, I would therefore like to invite Penny Johnstone to come and present, please. Welcome, Penny.
Thanks. So I'm here representing the Napier Community Housing Support Group, which was formed last year to look at this problem that the City Council has. Now, on my submission, I did select that it was a transfer sell option, but really it doesn't fit quite into that category. It wasn't really a category that covered what we actually proposed. So my option is to sell the social villages to Kaingaora or another social provider, as they're more equipped to manage them and can provide the wraparound services as needed. And then that Napier City Council partner with a charitable trust set up to manage and develop the City Council retirement villages only, to provide ongoing and long-term provision of social housing for the elderly of Napier. So now my further comments in my submission, which may or may not be relevant now, but I'll carry on with them. We have found in what we've more we looked into it, that the properties have been badly managed by the Napier City Council staff. Over the years, they have not been maintained to an acceptable standard. The Napier City Council staff don't want to manage them, so have put in a convincing plan and package to our elected councillors, yourselves, and the figures have been manipulated to suit their cause, and that's to sell. They don't need to be sold. They're not making an operating loss. The PwC figures show revenue less direct and operating expenses show an operating surplus over 10 years of nearly 2 million. So we're talking about an operating surplus. For over 25 years, the surplus is 10 million. So where it calculates to a loss is when you bring in capital expenditure. The huge amount for this over 10 to 25 years is from a catch-up of underinvestment over the last 20 years. Previous year's surpluses were used for other council activities. Now it's become a problem. Also, the estimates as presented by council staff of $80 million over 25 years for capital expenditure is way over the top, and it's assuming that all units need to be replaced, which is not the case. But because of all of the above, it's now time to move forward to look after our elderly Napier residents and come up with a solution that's going to benefit everybody. So that is, in our view, to sell the social housing villages to Kaingaora. Do not sell all of the villages. The retirement villages must stay as retirement villages. Under Kaingaora, they won't. They have a policy, and rightly so probably, of putting the most in need in first. So they will all turn into social housing villages. Also, Kaingaora are not good managers. The elderly in those villages' lives will be hell. If all villages are made up of just social housing, it will create slum areas of Napier. Henry Charles Village has 80 units. Imagine that area managed by Kaingaora. Or Green Meadows East with 51 units. They would become a huge problem for police and other services. We've all seen the problems with motels in town, used for emergency houses and managed by Kaingaora. PwC paper has indicated that a complete sale of the villages with sale conditions attached that all tenants must remain, that a substantial discount would have to be given. That discount would be as high as 30 million. How could councillors vote to sell Napier City Council assets owned by the people of Napier and lose 30 million on market value? How could you be prepared to lose 30 million on a sale but not be prepared to retain the assets at a cost of 20 million for the next 10 years? Doesn't make sense. And probably, I might add, worth getting legal advice on. And since preparing this submission, we have seen the recent uproar over Tauranga City Council selling their houses valued at 41.65 million for 17.2 million, a 59% discount. The new Napier valuation is 101 million. At 59% discount, that's a $60 million loss to the Napier ratepayers. So the second part is that Napier City Council partner with a charitable trust set up to manage and develop the 300 retirement units. This model has been used by other councils in New Zealand. We have suitably experienced, qualified people to be part of that trust. The partnership would become a community housing provider, meaning tenants would eventually qualify for the IRRS, thus keeping rents at affordable level for the retired. Funds from the sale of the social villages would be used for the building of the 38 units at Green Meadows site and 11 at the Hastings Munro village. This creates 45 extra rental houses for the elderly, something that is badly needed in the city. The partnership will be able to use suitably qualified people for the development, and we are sure we can achieve this at a substantial less cost than the estimate provided by SPM assets. This option allows for the assets to remain on the council's balance sheet and for the council to maintain some control. Over years, the value of the properties increases, so the ratepayer will benefit from the increase in value. It also allows council to play a part in increasing the community wellbeing by providing secure and affordable housing for our elderly. A full sale to Kaingaora won't achieve this, it will achieve the opposite. With this option, there's no extra cost to the ratepayers. I have got more information on our proposal here that I would like to give each of the councillors to consider this afternoon because it's an important decision for you all to make. It's the best result, I believe, and our group believes, for the Napier ratepayers and the tenants and the council staff. And and I can be contacted if you want to find out any more about our proposal.
Thank you very much, Penny. And yes, if there is a sort of a new proposal, unfortunately, we won't be able to consider that as part of the proceedings today, but it's
just on my list.
Within your submission?
Yes.
Perfect, thank you. So just an initial question from myself, which I asked another submitter this morning, and sharing the information that currently 2 of our social housing villages are actually occupied, 75% occupancy by pensioners. Would that affect your position on the sale of those villages?
I would say that it would have to be a staged approach, and it would be hoped that the pensioners that are in the other social villages could be moved to a retirement village before any decisions were made to move them. But certainly something that we would be taking into consideration.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Brosnan.
Thank you, Penny, for your submission and for your group's organisation and putting that together. We'll have a good read of your handout. A couple of questions from me just to kind of understand. So that kind of transfer and sell in part, whatever that may look like, would that be similar to, say, the lease situation to a chip that we saw presented as an option?
It would be a lease situation. In our proposal, the council remains the owner of the properties, all of the properties, land and buildings.
Perfect.
Okay. I mean, it's going to be a partnership. It's not even probably a transfer. And how we can work through that. The Christchurch City Council was one community housing trust that we used as a bit of a model, and they lease it off the city council. The trust lease it off the city council, and I believe it has come across some problems, but nothing that can't be worked through. And as part of that trust, actually has city council members on the trust. So you're working together as a group as opposed to completely separate, although to become a community housing provider, it would have to be separate to council.
Separate. Lovely, thank you. And through you, Your Worship, just another question. I've seen this mentioned, I think, online, and you mentioned it in your submission, that the funds over the years have been put into the general council pool or used for other council activities. We've received confirmation that that wasn't the case, and so I'm just wondering what the origin of that kind of sentiment is, because the information we had was that there was a surplus over a number of years, but as the asset has aged, it's been taken up. Yeah.
Well, there's nowhere that tells us that. I mean, all we can go on is the figures. It was very hard to find out any past figures. We could only go on what was, what we had, a few bits of information that we managed to get from council, but I mean...
So just to clarify, you're not certain that money's been used for other council projects, because I think that's quite important.
Yes, okay. I mean, we don't really want to focus on what is past, because I did mention it at the start, because it gave us a history into why we wanted to look at it. And I've been a property investor in Napier for the last 30 years, and I was treasurer of the Property Investors Association for a good portion of that. And I know that going back when you purchased properties or were given interest-free loans to build houses 40 years ago, and they've paid them off, and the amount of rent that's been received over the years, you must have made quite a large surplus, and that money has now run out or whatever, and used for other things or whatever, and now there's only we do know that you've said in your proposal, there's 1.9 million put aside for the healthy homes provision, so you've already provided for that. So we would anticipate that would come over as part of our, the way that we can work with council.
Thank you. I think I understand the reasoning behind that. Thank you.
Councillor Price.
Under your trust, if you took over, where would the finance come from to refurbish the...
You'll see that from my projections that it actually comes out, and I have to, for everyone's information, I have set the rent at $250 a week, which is quite a bit more than what they're paying at the moment, but we have to take into consideration that existing tenants can apply for an accommodation supplement of between 70. So with what I'm saying is with a rent of $250 a week, you get a profit from 305 units, you come out with a profit of 1.759 million, so which will be enough to divide that by 300 units, quite a bit. So it would cover any improvements that was needed.
Thank you.
Yeah. I mean, it may mean that from the sale of the social villages, that with working with council, that we make sure that all the existing units are up to a pretty good standard anyway.
Thank you.
Any further questions from councillors? Thank you very much for your time today, Penny. Do we have Nicholas Palmisano present? No? Okay, then I'll call on our final submitter for the afternoon, Dawn Bedingfield.
Yeah.
Welcome, Dawn.
Hi. Well, a lot of you know who I am. You either like me or hate me in this city. I don't want any of you to take it personally, what's been said on social media. I have been raising awareness to the city, and I'm pretty passionate about what I do, so it comes out straight from the heart, sometimes without a lot of thought. And then I think, wow, have I said that? So just to let you know who the Housing Coalition are, we have been dealing with tenants in the city for the past 30 years. We started, well, firstly, my parents were in a state house. I was brought up in a state house, and my mother told me that they were putting them up to market rents with the possibility of selling them. So I formed a coalition with a lot of community groups, and we lobbied central government and had lots of meeting with the housing minister, forced him up here to Napier. I was good with going public, so that's how it worked. So who do we deal with at the moment? You know, we feel that we were very instrumental in keeping the state houses until the next government came in and secured that and put the rents back to 25%. So then the next things that came up were, well, first of all, I deal with emergency housing tenants. I'm running around sometimes all hours of the night trying to find motels for people and homes, and having to take them to sometimes relatives' homes to stay overnight. We've got, I deal with Kāinga Ora tenants, are the ones who phone me the most with all the issues they're having through intimidation. And I deal with Emerge, who, and I tell you, I can't recommend any of those people to take over the houses. I found I was doing all of Emerge's work when I had a person in a motel for 3 months. I'm sad to be here today because this is the first time I've had to defend pensioner housing as well. I have defended the social housing twice, and that had a good outcome. And I'd just like to quote Harry Lawson, a former councillor and head of the property investors, said to me, he was my rival, he said that they would never ever dare touch pensioner housing, not even him. And I'm hoping you councillors won't, but I'm also hoping you won't touch the social housing, that they will remain the same. So sadly, the tenants are under a threat and they're not sleeping. This is what I'm hearing from them. You know, the ones that ring me, they are scared. They're scared to even be here today. We've got a really low representation, and they think if they protest, if they say anything, they will go. And all they're wanting to do is hold on to their homes at any cost. I feel the timing was really bad for this. It was during a pandemic. They have been isolated. They have been not seen relatives for months, and I couldn't get round the units because I did not want to have them fearing that I was going to give them COVID. The newsletters that have come out, I have emphasised about that in here, and I have used words like bombarded and so on, and I mean, I don't apologise for that because I believe that's what they have been. And a lot of them just do not understand them, and they just throw them out or hide them. And I say, I don't look at them. Or then some have a big folder that they haven't looked at them. And some of them were right on Christmas, and, you know, it just breaks my heart to see old people like this. We believe that the figure of 2 million is overestimated, but I'm not an accountant, but we just had a builder look at them on the outside, and they're generally sound condition on the outside. 95% of the roofs are in excellent condition. They've got low maintenance exteriors, either brick or highline, and the window frames are in generally good condition. It's interesting that some of the front units have not had anything done to them, and so from the road people go past and think, wow, like I'm talking about Petty Street, 2 front units, nothing done to them, but the others have got new roofs and everything. You know, so that to the public could look quite bad. We, the Napier Housing Coalition, strongly object to the sale of any council-owned housing, which includes both retirement and social housing complexes, so as to ensure these homes are able to offer the elderly and vulnerable tenants security within a safe environment. We feel that council is accountable to our elderly and vulnerable, and that as a city we should be showing that care and leading by example. I mean, I don't want to live in a city that's abandoned its housing. I've lived here ever since I was born in 1955, and these council houses were built probably 50 odd years ago, and I like to think that we do provide something. The feedback, I've done 3 protests, you might have seen me, yeah, I'm getting a bit old to protest now, but I have been. And the feedback that we've had from our protests, from walking down Emerson Street on Saturday, and from my social media, fortunately the little boy attracted a lot of attention that I had pictured there. The only bad feedback I got was the little boy doesn't know what he's holding the sign for. Well, we weren't that dumb. We did know he didn't, but he wanted to hold the sign. And his parents let him because they supported this. So the feedback is, this is from the protests, social media, neighbours, friends and the wider community is, you know, what's $2 if we have to pay $2 in rates? It's not even a cup of coffee. That was someone who phoned me last night. Hastings is building more. Why is Napier being like this? Thank someone from Palmerston. Thank goodness Palmerston councillors have a heart. I'm just hoping yours will too. That was from some officer in the council in Palmerston. We had a group, 3 groups of teenagers join us in our protest on Saturday. And when I explained what was happening and that the people would not necessarily, or you're saying they wouldn't be put out, I said, but in time those villages could change the dynamics and they wouldn't just be for old villages. And they said things like, where will Granny go? Why aren't they worrying about other people? We might not have a house. So I mean, this is coming from teenagers, and I was quite surprised. And so I'd like to think the councillors will actually consider those things. As it's been said before, we don't know where the rent money went, but if there was a surplus and it has gone elsewhere, then the ratepayers have been subsidised, so maybe it's not so bad that we may have to subsidise them a little bit. We had heard that Kāinga Ora had been in talks with the council. I don't think they're suitable landlords. I mean, 30 years in this city, I know a lot. I'm a hands-on person. I'm not just sitting back doing something and doing figures. I've got people ringing me all the time. And so any organisation that wanted to be involved with Kāinga Ora, such as, I don't know, just mentioned before, Soho, could, that would be a no as far as we're concerned, and it would be horrible. We are finding that there's a lot of calls or complaints of intimidation in Kāinga Ora houses, and sadly their area managers can't, or the little areas they can't do much about this because they cannot put a tenant out. But while they can't put a tenant out who's intimidating someone so much, they are actually keeping someone else out of that house. I'll just tell you a story about Don. 80-year-old man I'm dealing with. He had been 38 years in his one-bedroom Kaingaora house. And this will show you that just because a one-bedroom doesn't mean a lot of people won't move in, or a tenant sublets and that. And I had, unfortunately for him, managed to get a house for a single lady. And she has either sublet it to some gang members, or, as she told me, the key was taken off her. I don't know which to believe. Don before that, he had had 6 years of intimidation by gang members in this one-bedroom house, and it joins on to his. And so he kept phoning them, and he was told that they weren't the rightful tenants, but they weren't going to do anything about it because they had nowhere to go. So after 6 years, they moved out, and this girl I got went in there. And then the same thing happens again. Now, one of the incidents was they held their arms out and wouldn't let him pass them, and he couldn't get in the door, and he had to pay $40. So the outcome of all that was that after lots of calls to the police and that about these unlawful people in the house, was the police couldn't do anything unless Kaingaora evicted them. Kaingaora wouldn't take them out, even though I told them that's not in your policy, so they got the girl to give a trespass order. She is now in hiding. And Don has been shifted to a new place after 38 years. He's got anxiety. He's in such a big place that I'm going up there every day and doing everything for him. And he is now going to have to go into a rest home probably. We're meeting tomorrow with some people because he can't cope. Now, he's got muscular dystrophy as well. He could have managed for another 2 or 3 years. He wanted to see his cat out. His cat had 3 more years to go. And I've got the sad old man because they allowed this intimidation. Just give you an example of pensioner housing and what one-bedroom units can be used for, because we get that, oh, well, you won't get these big gangs in there and you won't get the same trouble because they only take one person. Kaingaora's own pensioner housing in Russell Road, built in the 60s, is no longer used for that purpose only, but rather is full of people with a vast number of problems which disturb these elderly people. They get knocks on the door at night begging for food. They've got people coming looking for drugs because they've got dealers in there. A lot of the homeless people are single people, and the biggest amount of homeless people are single men. And there needs to be proper housing built for them by central government, where some of them have a caretaker on site, because some of the things that have happened in these houses I cannot repeat, because you'd be absolutely feeling ill by the end of the day, but it is really horrible. So there's a few elderly tenants that they built, newer ones, just on the same area, but they are having trouble. They are having knocks on the door. Now, these houses were used for 50 years for pensioners. They were there when I went to school, and there were only pensioners. Now there's nowhere. And when I've asked for Don to get a smaller place, his housing manager has said, I'm sorry, but there are none that I could give him where he wouldn't get the same sort of intimidation. And that's coming right from Kaingaora, and I'm not going to say who his manager is because she may be into trouble. So we feel if these homes are offered for less than the market rent, it would be quite an injustice to the ratepayers, not rent, if they were sold for millions cheaper. And I don't believe myself that those guarantees will stay there, because they will move other tenants in amongst the elderly, because it's the only way that they'll want to do it. And they can say, well, we probably wouldn't, or no, we can probably guarantee that. I've just heard it from 2 men sitting here today. And we want to think that the future for the next generations, who may never be able to afford their own homes, we don't know, all my family, my children are lucky to be in their own homes, but we don't know what will happen. So I'm thinking of your children, your grandchildren, we may need pensioner housing. And just because they can't afford to go into a retirement village, why should they actually be forced to live amongst people with a whole heap of other problems when they get to that stage in their life? What else have I put? I just put that to build 45 more units and costs the ratepayers, if you don't want to cost the ratepayers like you've mentioned, but I don't feel that's a problem. I feel that you need to bring these up to standard first with that money and then look at doing it. However, we are only stating that it is to what you've said, but we do not suggest at all that the social housing should be sold. Emerge, I notice, has suggested leasing. I think this would be disastrous. We have got very vulnerable people in those social housing. They are not just, tenants looking for a house. We have got women in wheelchairs that have had their places altered, not by the council, but by other organisations who won't alter them again. We have got my friend Joanne, who's got cerebral palsy. She is still without a heat pump, by the way, and that's, I think that should be prioritised for certain groups of people. But, those sort of people are very, very vulnerable and they will not do well. It's getting a little bit different in their complexes, but not to the extent it would if they're sold off. So I've put about that. So as I've said, we're finding tenants that are stressed, given up, feeling guilty, suffering sleeplessness, and saying they can't take any more worry, and they're even frightened about what I'm doing, that it might make the council really angry and they will have to leave their homes. So we would like the council, to realise that these people are the most vulnerable people in our city, in these places. And we as a city need to be showing to our fellow citizens that we care for our vulnerable. We only have 370 houses. I don't feel that's a lot. And now the other thing was there's been 280 submissions, and I just questioned the Mayor and Natasha the other day about the 280 submissions, and they said that's okay because I felt they should have been letterbox dropped to every citizen. This is a 50-year thing that the ratepayers own. It is the ratepayers, and that should have been something delivered to the letterboxes. But if you're okay with that, then that's fine, because 75% of people said they didn't want them sold. So that's your answer if you're going to not go and give out a letterbox drop to everyone. So I might have covered it all and I might not have, but thanks for your time. And any questions?
Thank you very much, Dawn. And I guess I just want to personally reiterate what I have said right from the start of this process, is that we do understand that our tenants are, some of our most vulnerable community members, and they have always been the number one priority in terms of any decision making that will be made with regards to this.
I'd like to think people before money, and, as I say, all my family are paying mortgages, but they're more than happy to pay $2 a week. Oh, that's what I wanted to say. To put their rents up is going to put it up considerably for them, $150 to $170 a week versus $2 for a ratepayer. And on your form that people submitted, they've got combination rents rates. Most people would think that was half-half. But I see on that report you gave us the other day, it was 75% to the tenants and 25% to the ratepayers. But I think that worked out at $60, was it, for ratepayers, $1. But if they pay full, it'll be $2 a week. So I don't feel that on a limited income of a pension, a single one, $470 a week, they cannot pay those huge increases. That's huge. No one should really pay more than 35% at the most in rent. They're paying 30% at the moment. So a rent increase is really going to get to them.
So just to follow on from that, Dawn, and I guess in light of the fact that we do actually currently have the lowest rent one of the lowest rents of any council in the country, and there is also the ability for tenants to apply to MSD for the Accommodation Supplement, which would mean that brings the rent back down again. That doesn't influence your position on it being 100% rate funded?
No, it doesn't, because if you look at it, it's still unaffordable for them. It's huge. It's about 250, was it, or 270? My computer crashed last night, so I couldn't print them out. But it still doesn't bring it down low enough. And then, when they've got $6,000 in the bank, it reduces that accommodation supplement. And that's not even enough for their funeral, let alone if their fridge breaks down or the washing machine. And I feel like this is deja vu because I've said it all to council before, years ago. So no, I don't think it does. I mean, I've said no rent increase because I knew that, that could go not for them to have that increase. But I mean, you've got to be within reason. It can't be a 75-25 split. It needed to be the other way. 75 ratepayers, 25, then that accommodation supplement will cover it.
Councillor Bogue. I just wanted to take the opportunity, Dawn, of saying that one of the issues has been the length of time it's taken for council to go through this whole process. And I think, as one of the councillors that was around in 2018 when the Section 17A review was first done on our council flats, like for all our assets, we have to look at them very carefully. The two recommendations that came up was sell all of them or sell some of them, basically. And the council, the elected members, said, okay, well, those are two of the options, but we would like to have another option put in front of council as well, and that was to retain them. So we have spent the last few years looking at how we could include that as the options that we would be looking at today, basically. And I know it's been very stressful for tenants, but the purpose of that wait was to get this third option on the table. So, that's
okay. Well, I'm glad to see that option, and I just want to thank you all for listening today and being so polite to me, because you probably expected to see this real nasty woman come in here. I'm only, I'm passionate for these people. I do understand them, I feel. Okay.
I think we just have another question from Deputy Mayor Brosnan.
Hi, Dawn. Thank you for your submission. Just listening to your verbal submission, I just wanted to run past you. You mentioned a couple of times the lease option is a no from you, and I think you specifically mentioned one of the previous submitters, Soho, that wouldn't fly.
Not with Soho, I don't believe. Looked into a bit of their background. I feel they're in it for the money.
So it's more about
it's
that
more,
particular...
but a lease could work, I feel, but Soho wouldn't be my choice because they were too, we could do that, we might do that, they're out to make profit.
Yeah, so not wanting to bring a particular...
Yeah, I better not just run them down, but I'm open to a lease if it was done through the right, how do I put it? Wanting to do it for the right purposes, to help out a situation, to be in it for that, not for this
I understand
big business.
Clarity. Thank you.
And don't disappear quite yet, because Councillor Tapani has a question for you too, and then Councillor McGrath.
Thank you. Through you, Your Worship. My question is addressed to the staff. Will we be at some stage able to address some questions specifically around the accommodation supplement and its impacts, its policies as they relate to any potential changes? Will there be an opportunity to discuss that in relation to the changes?
Thank you, and through you, Madam Mayor. Yep, that's the next part, Councillor Tapani.
Just checking. Thank you.
Councillor McGrath.
Just through the chair. There's been a lot of talk about council's mismanagement or bad management over the years. It's been from a few submitters and online also. If the council were to change its ways and step its game up and take this seriously, because we've all had it put to us in recent times.
Yeah.
Do you think the council would be capable of actually taking it over and doing it properly?
I think that they need to have how do I put it? Not like a ratepayers union, but like a a union or something like that formed to assist, you know, like bring other people into it. Like, I'm just talking about like with the repairs and that, like we get a lot of people moaning about repairs, but when you look at some of the flats and the ones that are moaning have got quite nice flats, it's more like the heat pumps, who to prioritise. It's rather than, oh, we'll do it when we can afford it. But then I find 90-year-old women, Joanna in a wheelchair, and I've been trying for several years to get her a heat pump, you know, those sort of things. But as far as the finances, do I think council could? Well, the past record is that somehow we're getting that the rent hasn't been ring-fenced all the time, especially, so there's been no surplus. The surplus has not been put aside for further maintenance, so that would need to be done, but I don't know, this council hasn't had a lot to do with that, so I think that, you know, possibly you can. Yeah.
Thank you. I'd like to think we could.
Thank you. And are there any last questions before we let Dawn return to her seat? No. Thank you very much for your time today, Dawn.
Thank you.
So that brings us to the end of submissions. We will take a break and actually we'll reconvene at 20 to 3. So that's a 14-minute break, everybody. to our housing review hearings. The next stage of our hearing today is we will have Council Officers Natasha and Caroline presenting the report to us, which will be followed by an opportunity to ask questions. And we also have Kirsten McKeefrey here online with us from Pricewaterhouse Campbell, should there be any questions for her, and Virgil and Catriona, is it? Natalia. Here from SBL to answer any questions we may have as well. So welcome to Natasha and Caroline.
Tēnā koe te kahika ko Kirsten. Tēnā koutou I ngā rangatira o te kaunihira o Ahuriri. Tēnā koutou e te iwi. Kanui te mihi mahana ki a koutou katoa. Ko Natasha Mackie tōku ingoa, he kaiwhakahaere hāpori ahau ki te kaunihira o Ahuriri. Nō reira, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou katoa. I'm Natasha Mackie and I'm the Manager of Community Strategies for which the Housing Service sits under. And to my left here is Caroline Thompson, Chief Financial Officer. So together we're going to present the report today, and in support, as Mayor Wise has said, is Natalia and Virgil from SIL Research, who are here to answer any questions around the consultation summary and data, and Kirsten McKeefrey from PwC in Wellington to answer any questions around the Strategic Housing Review report, which forms part of today's options and presentation. I'd also like to acknowledge the housing team sitting in the back there, Lucy, Rachel and Kirsten, who deliver the housing service, and to our tenants and submitters today. So today you're presented with the consultation feedback and updated options information, and this paper seeks your approval to progress one of the options for development and implementation. So I have a presentation to help introduce the report, which we will get on screen now. Okay, so we'd like to take you through first some of those updates and the considerations that are part of the decision making, as well as the community feedback, which we'll also go into and summarise. And then we have some option summaries which are pulled from the report, but just explained in a different way. So firstly, and there was mention today from some of the submissions around the local government reform. So obviously this decision is not isolated, and there is a wider context to be aware of. So in terms of the reforms, we know the process is underway to review local government functions, role and structures around local government. So the draft findings and recommendations of the first section of the review is due on the 30th of September this year. Once those recommendations are landed on, there will be formal consultation with the community or the public after that, and a final report delivered in April 2023. So those timings are important to understand in the context of your decision making. One priority area around the reform is potentially a stronger focus on wellbeing, and there are questions arising around the future role of councils in these spaces, in housing, in health and in social service provision. Currently, the delivery of the mix of services that councils decide to provide to its community, along with their community, is up to councils. In housing, we understand that there's 39 councils out of a possible 67 that deliver housing in a similar way to Napier City Council, so owned and managed by the council. There are a number of these councils in various stages of reviewing their provision. Some councils have already opted out of providing community housing, and others actually never delivered it in the first place. The issues we're facing are not unique to us, despite several attempts by the local government sector, to be granted access to the IRRS, which has also been mentioned today. the subsidy that helps with financial sustainability around housing services, councils are still excluded from receiving this support. And even if we did get the IRRS tomorrow, it would still take time to have an effect. Leading on to government support and where that's up to. There were some submissions calling for us to lobby the government to get the IRRS and other support. We have led several remits to government, led by Councillor Maxine Bogue, but as recently as last week, through a parliamentary question in the House to the Honourable Megan Woods, there was confirmation from the government that there are no plans to extend the IRRS to councils, with the government instead favouring a focus on increasing housing supply. Tenant welfare is another key consideration in this process, and it has been throughout the journey we've made to date. When assessing the options, particularly in the case of any sale with the intention to impose conditions to protect current tenants and future-proof the character of any villages, has been the intention of the council. When consulting, so we have provided direct information to our tenants and provided opportunities for them to meet with Mayor Wise and Councillor Bogue to discuss the situation. Also within the financial analysis and current options before you today, and now of course in your decision making. One thing that has been talked about a lot is around the information that has been provided and has been made available in the public arena. It has been a journey since 2018. It started with the Morrison Lowe report, and then the information was further refined through the PwC first phase review. The information was further refined through the second strategic review, which is the report that's often been referred to today. And since then, we've further refined the information, particularly around funding strategies that could support the three options that are before you today. However, we are in a fast-changing environment. An example of that is that market valuations done in April may already be out of date and in need of updating with the change in the property market. Once an option is selected, further updates and information may be required as part of the implementation pathway. So now to the options and consultation. So we did undertake a special consultative procedure which made sure that we went out with a document which outlined the three options proposed, and there was, as mentioned before, some targeted consultation with tenants. We received 286 submissions. 27% of the tenants made a submission, and 25% of submissions came on hard copy. What the submissions told us was that there is around 72% support for council to retain housing in some capacity, either keeping all or keeping most of the housing portfolio. There was around 45% support to transfer some or all of the housing to another entity, 25.5% to transfer all, and around the 20% to transfer some. 17% of the submissions from tenants supported that process, the transfer all, and I just wanted to note that that's a correction to the report that you have in front of you. When it came to the funding options that we proposed, if there was to be some form of retention, the majority of submitters supported rents rates combination, and that was from both the tenants and the other submitters. And this aligns with the analysis that we've done against the two other options around 100% rates or 100% rent, that both challenge the affordability and market rent parameters, that, i.e. the rent that we're able to charge, if we looked at funding the deficit that way. And this is just a bit of a snapshot of what that could look like if we retained some of the housing. So if we on-charged all of the costs to tenants, the rent amount, and this is from a 1-bedroom through to a 3-bedroom, could be anywhere between $340 a week to $688. And that's a market rental of between 83 and 128%. And many of you will know the Residential Tenancy Act doesn't hold a great view of charging way over market rent. And in terms of percentage of income, that could be 73% or up to 80% of a tenant's income. And just to put that into context, for a single retiree, that would mean that they'll be left with around about $123 a week in their pocket. So 100% rates option, and I'll just go through the keeps all scenario, could mean a 3.8% rates increase per annum per household, and that would look like a 13.3% increase for next year. So what we did is we actually looked at the funding split as a favoured option, both in terms of affordability, market rents, and the feedback that we received from the community. So in order to change the way that a activity is funded and to create a rates rent split, we needed to look at a Section 101 assessment, part of the Local Government Act. And there's several components to that assessment. The first one is to establish what the funding requirement is, and I'm going to pass over to Caroline to explain these graphs. But basically, we looked at both the keep all and keep most options and looked at what the annual requirement would be in total. And the reason why we came up with the figure we did, which was $6.4 million per annum around the keeps all, or $4.5 million for the keeps most, is that, as many people have said, we need to build a reserve, and there's fluctuating expenditure over the next 25 years that we need to manage. Oops. Oh, those graphs haven't come through. So, might be in the report. I'll just turn your attention to the report for those graphs. Page 11.
Thanks, Natasha. Page 11?
Hold it up so we can see it, we might be able to find it.
Just next one over.
Page 14. So the first graph, which is the big shaded one, shows how the annual cost that needs to be recovered to fund the housing activity fluctuates each year quite a bit, depending on the level of maintenance and capital required. And so if we were to recover those costs each year, we would be needing to review our either rates or rental thresholds every year, and there wouldn't be a smooth increase. You could be finding that some years they're going up, some years they're going down. So the second graph shows how if we smoothed that and gave us and tenants more certainty over time, those fluctuating costs over those 26 years out to 2046 equate to an average requirement of around $6.4 million per year. That if we set that aside would mean that we would have enough by the end of the 26 years to cover all our maintenance and capital requirements.
So having established what the funding requirements are, we also needed to establish whether or not there was any public benefit. And so we have found that there is a public benefit, and I think many of you have heard about that today and also in the report. But the housing portfolio, land and buildings basically contribute to the public asset base and strengthen our balance sheet. The activity provides a public good, and it increases social capital. And what that is about is basically through the creation of these neighbourhoods and strong connections, it reduces reliance on social services. It enables the sharing of resources and a neighbourhood that looks after each other. We then assessed affordability, and as I mentioned before, we needed to look at whether or not a contribution from the public was affordable, and also whatever that split may look like was affordable for tenants. And that's kind of where we had to start, is what was affordable for tenants. So I have got a mega master spreadsheet, if any of you are interested in looking at it, which goes through a process by which we start at what the requirement is and how that could then look affordable to a tenant in terms of a rent increase, what potential benefits they may be entitled to through Accommodation Supplement, what the percentage of income that might equate to for a tenant, and also what percentage of market rent it would equate to as well. Currently, our housing, as has also been identified today, is highly subsidised. So we, on average, are charging around 30% of market rent. There is scope to decrease this subsidy, with other councils charging around 60 to 90% of market rent. However, working on a cost recovery approach considers the percentage of rent increase, the percentage of market rent, and adjusting for income and available benefits, and covering costs as opposed to market rent, which can fluctuate and at the moment is only ever on the increase, providing not only uncertainty for tenants but uncertainty for council as well in terms of what income it can expect to receive. So on that basis, we have assumed a 75-25% split on that cost recovery approach. And that, again, I just need to emphasise, is starting from a point of affordability from the tenant's perspective, first and foremost, and then looking at how that then affects the ratepayer. So if we were to adopt that model, there are some implications in terms of how that could be implemented, and there are effects on several of our policies. So the first thing we would need to do if there was a rates component to the service is we would need to amend our revenue and financing policy, which currently states the housing activity is 100% funded by the tenant or the private party.
Sorry, I'll just add to that too, and you'll recall through the long-term plan that we made an adjustment to allow us to also loan fund the deficit until we concluded our housing review.
So the amendment would identify that ratio going forward. It would also amount to a rates cap amendment. We have identified that the current rates cap for 2022-23, which is the earliest this could be implemented, is above the current cap. And obviously through the annual plan process, we would need to advise the impact on rates as well for a decision that involved a rates contribution. The rent setting policy would also need to be amended. So currently the rent setting policy is no more than 30% of a tenant's income. So a cost recovery approach and a 75% contribution would require us to change that operational policy. However, if the council opted for 100% rates cost recovery, rent cost recovery, we would be able to achieve that by going directly through a rates setting policy and a 60-day notice to increase the rent. So now to the options. You have in the report a bit more detailed information about each option and how the different funding relationships pan out in terms of for the tenant and for the ratepayer. So I just really wanted to highlight the opportunities and impacts of each option, and also to highlight the key stats around what that looks like in market rent and tenant income. Now, just noting that those stats are around a 75-25% split at the moment. So the keep all scenario, so obviously we would retain all the assets, and that allows us maybe to be in a strong position around the local government reform, given the current direction on a stronger focus on wellbeing. We don't know that, but it provides us a place in that position. The review, it gives us an opportunity to review our service levels and our operating practices to align with the requirements of the delivery of the service. I think many submitters talked about the current service levels. And it still allows us the ability to develop the 2 sites that have been identified in the future, should that be an opportunity for council. So Green Meadows East, where there is the bare land available, and the Hastings Munro site, which is the one with the 4 units. It also allows us to enter into partnerships and future funding opportunities should they arise. And this may enable us to add to our units, but also develop the current or refurbish the current ones we have. Keeping all of the housing gives us an opportunity to revisit shared service opportunities, particularly as other councils in the region may be reviewing their service provision. And often it's a point in time discussion around where everybody is at. And all those options look to how could we deliver the housing in a cost efficient manner, reducing as much as possible the contribution required from ratepayers and tenants, while also maintaining good levels of service. The impacts, however, currently we would be looking at a doubling of the rent. That is before applying an accommodation supplement. And the point to note about accommodation supplement and the information that we have used is that every individual's case is different. So we can give indications of what accommodation supplement might look like for a single retired person, for example, and the various bands of rent that we might charge. However, we don't know for sure that that's exactly what sort of subsidy level our tenants might be eligible for, because there's a whole lot of other factors that are considered. It is not our process, it's MSD's process. They have been very generous with providing us with the information to base our model on. There would be a rates increase and an ongoing rates contribution. And I think the other thing that Caroline pointed out was that there's a risk remaining with the when repair and maintenance may occur. So we have a forecast, a 25-year forecast, but if something fails before it is due and we don't have the reserves to pay for it, then we have some issues that we're going to have to deal with. And as you can see, keeping all and the rent that we would be looking for would be around 60% of the market rent, 54% of tenant income, and a 2.4% rates increase for next year.
May I ask a question, or would you prefer we wait till the end?
Is it about that particular option, Councillor Boak? Yes, you could.
At the moment, with the system we have now, we get a deficit of $2.2 million a year. What would be the surplus using that model?
It varies, doesn't it?
So, sorry, I'm not understanding.
Sorry, I'll try and answer it. Because it's a cumulative income approach, so we would be charging more some years than the costs and less some years than the costs. We can't sort of, it'll fluctuate each year in terms of what the surplus or deficit might be. And so the $6.4 million smooths across the 25 years and builds up the reserve over time.
And will that pay for a replacement refurbishment?
That is the approach to manage the forecast expenditure on R&M. So that is about replacement of components. It's not demolishing a house and rebuilding a house.
Sorry, I understand your question now. That's exactly right, Natasha. We need to, in order to smooth and put away enough money to pay for all of the maintenance and capital requirements. So those are things like replacing the carpets and the roofs and any electrical, heating issues, those kinds of things. That's the money we need to put aside to ensure that we've got all of that covered out until 2046.
Just on the 75-25% split, would you be able to expand on how that was came about? Was it purely our process, or was there any public feedback that went into that?
That's assessment against the Section 101.
Purely ours.
That's prescriptive. So the opportunities are pretty similar with the keep most, but as you can see with the blue bubble on the right there is a lower impact in terms of the rent, so it's less rent and less rates. This is on the basis that rather than using the sale proceeds for development, which was what was suggested through the PwC report, is that we use that to kickstart a reserve, and I think there was a submission that supported that approach. That is given where we're at in terms of the construction industry and how far perhaps we've moved on even since the PwC report in terms of costs. It also addresses the risk or lessens the risk of expenditure happening in the first few years and us not having any reserve funding. So it provides a reserve in the first, I think we said year 2, because it would take a while to process such a sale. And then, so basically we start at a higher level than 0, and it means that the annual contribution from rates and rent is lower, and we have more money earlier. One of the other things that this option does is it focuses the service onto retirement housing, which is kind of where council started in the 60s, and in the 80s we introduced the social housing. As I said before, it kickstarts a reserve. It still allows us to review our service level and operating practices, and retains our ability to develop should conditions change in the future, or we are able to access funding. So in terms of the rent increase, it's around about an 80% increase on what tenants currently pay, which is less than the keeps all, and still requires an ongoing rates contribution. And there is an effect on 72 households, of which I think Mayor Wise pointed out 55% of those tenants are eligible for retirement housing. There is some complexity with the sale process, and it's pointed out in the report around the Endowment Act, but as also identified in the report, there is a pathway for us to be able to enter into a sale process. So this is a 1.6% rates increase and 49% of tenant income prior to Accommodation Supplement. The final option, to keep none, so sell or transfer to another provider in the social housing sector. It looks at the opportunity is that we could developed the idea of a regional housing trust. That hasn't progressed any further than the last time we talked in February, but there is still opportunity to progress those conversations. A regional housing trust or even gifting to a trust would mean that there would be low or no proceeds for council to have at the end of that process. And it also, and I think this has also been pointed out today by some submitters, would mean that council would have to be completely out of that trust in terms of its operation, but could be influential in terms of the purpose of that trust. The rules around community housing providers receiving IRRS have tightened up significantly since Christchurch entered into the arrangement that they did with a community housing provider, and if councils are associated or influencing in any way, then it puts the ability to get IRRS in jeopardy. Overall, it could increase the social housing in Napier. CHIPS have the ability to raise capital funding and operating funding through the government for additionality, as does Kāinga Ora. And the proceeds obviously could be used for loan repayment, investment or other projects that council have on the books. And the impacts would be a rates decrease, depending on whether it's a loan repayment or investment, could be up to a 1.5% rates decrease. Obviously, there's an effect on 377 households, and depending on your view, whether that's positive or negative, remains to be seen. And there, again, some complexity with the sale process of those two villages that are within the NBEA. The other impact, which has been pointed out, is that the process is irreversible, except if the trust or buyer was to sell the portfolio at some future point, and with council having a first right of refusal. And the proceeds are likely to be less than the value, which has also been pointed out today. Oh, just, sorry, on that note, 25% of tenant income, that's assuming that a community housing provider is able to receive IRS for the tenant. We understand Kāinga Ora could do that for existing tenants who are eligible. So in terms of implementation, I won't go into this too much, but suffice to say that with a rates contribution, there are policy amendments that need to be made. With rent reviews, they can be dealt with fairly quickly. I think the consideration, given that some of those rent increases are quite significant, there's an opportunity to phase those in over a couple of years. But what that would mean is the question around how would we fill the gap. Currently, we have an agreement that loans could fill that gap temporarily. The other option is to increase rates to cover that period as well. If there's a sale process that requires a LTP amendment or an amendment through or a proposal through the next LTP, because this is a transfer of ownership of a strategic asset and does require us to go through that process. So that's a longer term implementation, so could take up to 2 years depending on the pathway. I think it's fair to say, apart from a direct rents increase, all of these implementations will take some time, months, even a couple of years. I think whatever option is progressed, we would obviously need to do a full implementation plan, which would cover all of these policy changes, the legal requirements that we need to meet, including consultation, communication with tenants and other key stakeholders, and obviously timing and resourcing situations. Some submitters have raised concerns around the PwC report, and as I said before, the information over time has become more and more refined, and I am going to invite Kirsten to talk through the process of her report, and if there's any questions from councillors, she is available to answer those around the process of how the report was provided. So I'll hand over to Kirsten.
Sorry, Natasha, before we do that, just with regards to these timings, would it actually be the annual plan 23-24?
Oh, sorry. Yes, it would. I'm a year behind.
So, yeah, wherever it says 22-23, 23-24. Oh, look, as an accountant, you'd get your end of financial years mixed up all the time.
Thank you. So, Kirsten, if you're on the line, are you able to join us to talk through the process and information that you used to compile your report?
Sure. Kia ora, I'm here. Can you all hear me okay?
We can.
Great. So look, we acknowledge it is quite a technical report that we've pulled together, and so to go into the actual details, probably this isn't the appropriate forum to do that, but I guess as Natasha said, we can talk about the process that we did undertake. Our report relies on our own expertise in modelling, and then also input data that we've received from a range of experts and professionals. So for example, and one of the biggest components that is talked about is that capital expenditure. You know, we have received that data from the company SPM, who have gone out and actually physically visited samples of each of the villages to understand the current condition, and then have built up a preventative maintenance program. And that's been applied as a data input. Obviously, in terms of our proposed redevelopment sites, we worked with the Napier City Council planners to understand what would be able to be built there and fit within the current code. We've then used architects to come up with those designs, and those architects have produced proper plans, which have then gone to quantity surveyors who have then come up with our pricing. We've used valuers to ascertain market values, and I think the important thing here to understand is that there are different valuations put against the property. So a market valuation generally, is raised as highest and best use, whereby the person who purchases the property can do whatever they like with it within the confines of the district plan and the regulations. So in other words, it might be seen as a development site. Where the difference lies in terms of where we've assessed that a community housing provider would put a value on it is that we've worked on the assumption that those properties would be sold with covenants on them, restricting the purchaser from the ability to knock those buildings down and put up intensification on those sites. And they'd also be obligated to meet certain rental thresholds. So I think that's important to understand. So with those inputs, I also worked with Napier City Council's finance team to ascertain some other assumptions around increases, just how certain funds would be addressed. We have then put that into our modelling, and that is peer reviewed. So we feel, our report is very robust, and we do stand by that.
Thanks, Kirsten. That comes to the end of the presentation about the report. So, ho mai o pātai, ka hoatu te rākau ki te kahika. Back to the Mayor to manage the questions. We do have Sil in the room as well.
Excellent.
Kia ora.
Thank you. Thank you, Kirsten, for your summary then, because I did have a number of, a couple of questions around those costings because of the submitters that had queried them, and I guess just to provide some numbers, because I love my numbers, around that capital expenditure component, I sort of was frantically on my calculator earlier, and it does equate to around $212,000 per unit, or $8,000 per year per unit, and it actually also extends to the other buildings that are within our villages, the halls, and also the grounds maintenance and upkeep. So it's not quite as simple as just looking at the units individually. There is other supporting infrastructure that forms part of that. So thank you for providing some further information on that, Kirsten.
May I ask a question of Kirsten, please?
Absolutely.
Thank you. The Morrison Lowe report gave us end-of-life numbers for each of our villages, and I wondered if did that feed into the information that you've come up with?
So we relied on the SPM. They are experts in terms of asset condition, and so they worked through and actually physically visited the sites and made sure that they worked with the standard life cycles that you expect of those kind of assets.
Thank you.
So we'll open up for questions to councillors. Councillor Crystal.
Through the Mayor. Couple of things just to clear up. When you talk about cost recovery approach, does that mean it's break even, so no profit? Yeah.
Through the Mayor, yes, and building up the reserve to manage those fluctuating costs.
Okay, cool. Secondly, the accommodation supplement, which many of us probably don't understand. The factors that affect, I heard Dawn say that if you have savings in the bank, it affects you. So do we have any sort of knowledge as to how many people won't be able to access that? Because that's quite a big factor in their rent going up.
Yep, through the Mayor. It is not our information, and we do not collect that level of information to then be able to align it to the assessment that MSD make, and I couldn't comment on how many people that would be eligible for what level. All I've been able to do is say a single retiree, for example, their benefit equals this amount. If we put the rent up by this amount, what would their entitlement be if they were entitled, and I can then adjust for that. But it is not an accurate picture on a case-by-case basis.
So it is affected by any money that they personally have?
I can't
don't
comment on that. I think there's a number of factors. So how many children do you have? What sort of other benefits do you have? There's a number of components.
Can I just comment on that, because I did look it up on Google about accommodation supplement, and this is particularly for pensioners. The rent levels to qualify through MSD for accommodation supplement is 25% or single or married super. When rent goes above this level, there is an ability to claim the accommodation supplement. That's the formula they use for pensioners.
Just a question from me. Considering that we currently have quite high occupancy of pensioners in 2 of our social housing villages in particular, is it an option to actually convert those into retirement villages going forward?
In response to that, I think we would have to consider, obviously the answer is yes, you can do whatever you would like to do in terms of policy-wise, but I think the consideration we also are working within is ensuring an optimal occupancy. So currently in those 2 villages that you mentioned where we do have a higher number of retirees, we also have a lower occupancy ratio. So what that means is we might have a single retiree in a 2-bedroom property or a 3-bedroom property, and that's happened over time. So some of our tenants have been in those units for a number of years, brought up their families, so they've needed that 2-bedroom, 3-bedroom property. Their children have left home and they remain in that property. So So I think that's the consideration that you need to make. And also, they are multi-storey properties, many of those.
So following on from that, I guess a quick comment. I think there's plenty of pensioners that can still walk up and down stairs. But also, because we do have that high volume of existing tenants, I guess there would need to be a very robust transition plan if we were looking to fully utilise the social housing portfolios. And has there been any thought put into what that might look like?
I think obviously we would develop whichever option more fully. However, one of the tools that we can use is ensuring that when a retirement flat became available, that the preference was given to somebody already in a social housing unit rather than taking anybody off the waiting list. And just for reference, we are seeing that we have a slightly higher turnover than we had when the PwC report was put together. And so there is an opportunity to have a look at that. But I think modelling that in terms of how long that might take is something we would need to do through the transition plan and working with other providers as well.
Thank you.
Sorry,
Councillor
Megan.
Bogue, and then Councillor
I have a question for either the Chief Executive or Carolyn, and sorry if I put you on the spot, but it's concerning the Better Off funding 6.4 million that we're applying for. I see as the criteria includes, quote, additional funding and support local wellbeing solutions, for example, local placemaking and community wellbeing. And I wondered if we could consider applying for a capital grant through that, that funding to offset some of the maintenance and refurbishment.
Kia ora. Thank you, Councillor Bogue, through you, Madam Chair. So just firstly, Council has not decided yet to actually apply to that funding, which is a matter that is still under debate and will be decided at the Council meeting on the 2nd of June. The second point for that is there is some reference to that in the paper because a couple of submitters brought it up as well. So can't quite find that right now, but there's a table in there, Councillor Bogue, and while I do find it, I will also point out that the Better Off funding from government does have some reasonably broad criteria and definitely is aligned to a reasonably flexible approach to what wellbeing is, but it also has some reasonably strict criteria about the application of those funds being to new projects or to significantly enhance projects that are on our books. So it would be, if council was of a view to apply for the Better Off funding, it would be a conversation we would have to have with the DIA. But my initial observation from the documents that they have released is really it is supposed to be something new for the city that might not be funded through the long-term plan or something that's going to significantly enhance a project that's already on our books. So might be quite a stretch. I would just ask to come back to council once the decision's made. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Crystal?
Through the Mayor, just following on from the Mayor's question, are we currently actively moving the retiree, the pensioners, out of the social housing into the retirement villages?
Through the Mayor, we are offering the opportunity, and many people have taken that opportunity up.
Okay.
And I think as recently as the last couple of weeks, we've had a couple move from Wellesley Road into a retirement unit, for example.
Councillor Mawson?
Yeah, through the Mayor, sorry to put you on the spot here, Natasha, but just looking at putting a disability lens over this and just looking at how many of these people that may not necessarily come under seniors, but are sort of disability in that realm in our units.
Through the Mayor, yes, we do have a number of tenants who are on the supported living payment, and they are eligible for either housing complex, but are generally in the retirement villages.
And, I mean, just...
I couldn't tell you exactly how many.
No, that's okay. and sorry, through the Mayor, and they're cool with that? They're fine in their retirement side of things?
So far, so good.
Councillor Tapani.
Thank you, and through you, Your Worship. So I've got two questions. One is around the accommodation supplement, and one is around a principled approach, as mentioned by some of our submitters. The first question is a bit down in the weeds, and so it could be a little bit unfair, but I do need to put this around here because it is an impact that is weighing on my mind as we deliberate around the accommodation supplement. You've indicated already that the Ministry of Social Development, this is their policy, this is their funding, and they have full autonomy over the conditions of the eligibility to that particular supplement. My question is, if the scenario selected by Council today requires us to have a stronger relationship with MSD going forward around activating those accommodation supplements, for example, I'm conscious of all the different weightings and factors that MSD have around providing that. Do we, as a potential partner, have a good finger on the pulse as to when an individual loses their accommodation supplement entitlement if they are a member of one of our houses? I note in the report it says that where there are any concerns with the tenant, there's an automatic 60-day notice or some sort of 60-day notice which is kicked in, which is another layer of stress and pressure upon the tenant as they're beginning to sort of grapple with the implications of accommodation supplement. So those are, for me, factors that will come to play later on. Are you able to, and I understand this is an MSD thing, but how do we see Napier City being able to mitigate those risks when it comes to the accommodation supplement? As Councillor Crown mentioned, as Rhonda mentioned earlier on, that we are hinging quite a bit on what the accommodation supplement can present to us around our options. So if it has such a significant component in any future direction, my real question around that is, how do we mitigate those risks associated with impacts for our tenants, or do we not have any scope to do that?
Through the Mayor, a couple of things in response, Councillor Tapani. The 60-day notice that you mentioned is a minimum notice period that we're required to provide for any rent increase, acknowledging that any rent increase can only happen once every 12 months. So it's not a notice about behaviour or any other matters like that. In terms of the accommodation supplement, as you've pointed out, it is an MSD policy and we don't have any influence over it. My understanding is that if a tenant is eligible for accommodation supplement, it doesn't matter that they're a council tenant. In fact, we know that council tenants receive accommodation supplement. And in terms of influence and risk, I think it is very difficult for us to have any influence over a government-led policy like that. All we are able to do is, with the permission of our tenant, work directly with MSD around accessing accommodation supplement in terms of providing rent information and automatic transfers, etc. So it isn't a situation where a partnership approach would provide any different outcome in that, but in saying that, certainly we've advised MSD that we're working on this review and that there are potential impacts for tenants and their rent amounts. So they're fully aware that there may be some changes, and obviously if there's any opportunity where we can smooth the way or provide information that will assist tenants to access more accommodation supplement, we will do that. In terms of the relevancy to the information, the reason we've provided the before and after scenarios primarily because we cannot guarantee the accommodation supplement. So they're indications to you, which is why you really do need to look at the before accommodation supplement figures as well.
Cool, bananas. Thank you very much, Natasha. I realise that was a horrible question.
You're welcome.
My last one was, we've had at least 2 or 3 today submitters mentioned around a principled approach. The status quo statistics for our 286 submitters suggest that there is potentially Napier City would like to see us retain those assets and build some solutions in that space. So I'm wondering now, as this is only one step in a process that we'll be going forward with, what, in your opinion, is the likelihood of being able to incorporate a principle-based approach around some of the cost-related implications that we've put in front of our residents? Is that recommended, or is it possible, or is it restricted by law or other such policies and practice?
Through the Mayor, I think the best I can answer that is it is really probably a component in your decision making. We're now sort of getting down to the nitty gritty in terms of the options. So I think the principle-based approach is what you'll utilise in identifying which option you'd like to progress with, and also how that option may be funded.
Fantastic. Thank you very much, Natasha.
Councillor Brown.
Through the Mayor. Just a quick one to clarify at the start. It mentions in the report a couple of times that the current rent is 30% of people's income, and also it mentions 30% of market rate. Do they just happen to coincide that they are exactly the same?
It does happen to coincide. I would point out the 30% of market rate is based on the old market rate.
Right. And the second question, around the Section 101 assessment, you said it was quite fixed, but my recollection from the rates and revenue process that we went through is that there was a process to establish a baseline, and then we overlaid like a political lens over that. So just checking that there is still room for us to move that percentage if we wanted to.
Through the Mayor, yes, there is. Yeah.
Brilliant.
And on that note, I did actually ask Natasha and Caroline to do some quick number crunching for me so that we could see what an 85-15% split for a full retain option might look like.
Thank you, Kia ora for that. I just want to point out that these are estimates because when we did the split for the report, we looked at building 1-bedroom, 2-bedroom, 3-bedroom rates into the model. We've done this based on the minimum type of amount of occupancy that we could possibly get, which is one person in a unit, a single person in a unit. It could be a 1 or 2, 3-bedroom. So the result is that we could, with an 85-15% split, it would look like a $280 per week rent, and that is 67% of market value. It's 61% of income before applying the accommodation supplement, which could be up to $105 a week. So after accommodation supplement, the rent amount, could be $175. The amount paid is still the $280, but the accommodation supplement basically brings that down to $175, which is 37% of income. And the rates increase. I'll let Caroline do that.
Did you want to ask your question first?
Can I just clarify which way around the 85%?
85% of private and 15% of rates. So 85%, so 75 goes to 85, 25 goes down to 15.
So a 15% funding split coming from rates equates to on average 1.4% increase, or on average $37.80 per household per annum.
And just on the rates cap for next year, that equates to 11.1% increase for that year. And just noting again that they're estimates.
And thank you for both of you for very quickly doing that for me. Any further questions? Councillor Brown.
I suppose my line of thinking was actually thinking of going the other way. So I just wonder what the process would be to get information back regarding that.
Through the Mayor, we can do an approximate estimate. I think we won't want to do too many of those today. So if there's an appetite to do another calculation, then we just need 10 minutes to do that.
Would it be safe to say, though, because we know that 100% rate funded would be 3.8%, so actually, no, that's going the opposite way as well.
If I may, Madam Mayor, it might also be a good time to point out that depending on what option council chooses, we would need to go back and do a refresh or a peer review of the anticipated costs that have been put forward. So any numbers that we are kind of throwing around are really good for magnitude, but are not going to be finalised. So as Natasha said, there's a fair bit of work to do in the implementation.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So is there support around the table to have a look at what did you have a particular percentage split in mind?
I'll throw 50-50 in there.
And just as a further little bit of information, on average, a 1% increase on rates equates to about $27 per annum per household.
I suppose in that I was looking more at the impact on the tenants than the ratepayers. Yeah.
So again, I'll just reiterate that question. I personally would find it hard to justify a 50% public component. So I personally wouldn't be supportive of us investigating that further, but open up to other councillors if any other councillors would like us to do some further work on that.
Waste of time.
Yeah. Okay. So if there's no further questions, then thank you very much, Natasha and Caroline and Kirsten on screen. And thank you also to Virgil and Natalia for being here. You got off the hook, no questions for you. Must have been a really good report.
Not yet anyway.
Not yet anyway, yeah, it might not be over yet. So as we don't actually have a preferred option included in the officer's recommendation, I'm actually going to suggest that we now open it up for councillors to have a discussion on the options before us. To get the ball rolling, I'll open the discussion with consideration of Part A, because it's at the top of the report, being that council keep all of the existing portfolio, implement a public-private benefit approach, and implement a cost recovery rent setting policy. And I guess just to highlight before I open up, that this was the most supported option, with 51.4% of submissions in favour of retaining the entire portfolio, and that in relation to that, the preferred funding option for this was a combination of increased rent and rates. So happy to open up for councillors to offer their views and comments for discussion. Councillor Price.
Just a question. When you present that, what percentage would you be looking at? Are you talking the 85-15 cut?
That's up for discussion as part of what we're doing now.
I'm just trying to get you to commit.
I don't want to be predetermined at this stage, Councillor Price, not without hearing other views around the table.
There's a range.
Deputy Mayor, I see you poised. Yes, no?
I do have some thoughts, as I always do. I've kind of got, I suppose, at the end of all the hearings and submissions, some non-negotiables, or we talked, and a few submitters talked around kind of some basic principles. And so that's what I had kind of written down as where I'd start with my thoughts, if that's all right with you. Your Worship. So the first was that we continue to provide retirement housing for our most vulnerable and in need. So these are the kind of non-negotiables or principles. That we protect our existing and our future tenants' interests, that we protect the character and the dynamic of the pensioner-only villages, and really that's kind of the forte of what we're providing here. That we grow our housing stock, acknowledging, as Maxine often reminds us, we are in the middle of a housing crisis, and so this is a real opportunity to grow our housing stock. So for me, that's kind of a basic principle that I'd like in there. And the need for active tenant management, the kind of welfare, the specific expertise, the link to social support services is really important. And the provision of housing needs is not to be an ongoing or a long-term cost on rates. So that kind of getting to a position of break even over time, or as kind of a minimum where private, if we were a private owner, we'd be wanting a return, but I don't think that's where we're at. We're acknowledging that social benefit of what we're providing there. So, yeah, through you, Your Worship, I kind of came up, I suppose, with an option that was a bit of a hybrid, I suppose, of 1 and C, which was really just kind of reimagining what the term transfer meant. And that reimagining word kind of came from Councillor Crown. And, for me, that's something I'd like us to discuss at some stage, but acknowledging there's lots of discussion to go ahead with A. So, yeah, those were my intro thoughts. And when you're ready, I can run you through what I thought that hybrid might look like.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Councillor Crown.
Thank you, through you, Madam Mayor. Since my name has been mentioned, I thought I'd just jump in quickly. I agree with the whole idea of having a principled approach, and I think that Deputy Mayor Brosnan has really picked off the really important key points around providing housing, etc., for our most vulnerable, and whilst also, working towards that financial prudence and stewardship of our assets that we have. But there is one thing that really stands out in my mind throughout this, and that's our space in social housing versus our space in pensioner and disability housing, Councillor Mawson. Another really important part of it. And I think, for me, we're the David and Goliath situation here with social housing. Again, Councillor Bogue, she reminds us constantly of how many people and households are on the social housing register. It continues to either increase or sort of stay at the same level. We don't really see a dent being made in it. We know about the huge amount of public money that's been spent on emergency housing, etc. And it's a Goliath-sized issue. And I don't think that it's something that we actually have the capability to manage well ourselves. So for me, it's really about fine-tuning what we do now and really focusing it in an area where we have the best chance of being effective. So for me, it's really focusing on the pensioner housing and the disability housing rather than taking on social housing as well. So I just wanted to add that to the conversation.
Thank you, Sally. I guess we've had 2 councillors put on the table for discussion. Really, option B, which is around part retain and sale of the social housing, and acknowledging that Deputy Mayor has obviously got some other hybrids in there. But I would be keen to hear some thoughts from others, and certainly, acknowledging what both Deputy Mayor Brosnan and Councillor Crown have said, and I concur with their comments. But to play devil's advocate, I guess, and just to put on the table for consideration, for me, I have to question whether the timing is quite right for us to be looking at selling or transferring those villages right now at this point in time, when we do have so many unknowns in terms of the local government review, what we may look at doing in a regional space in terms of potentially coordinating something regionally. I'm also incredibly conscious of the stress that our tenants have been under for 4 years now. And if we were to arrive at a resolution today where there was going to be a sale of some of the villages, it would be an absolute priority for me that we were able to provide reassurance for the tenants in those villages that they're not going to be living on tenterhooks for who knows how many more years while we work through that process. It is a priority for me that we protect them and don't continue to have them stressed at what their future living arrangements might be. So just a few of my thoughts to add to that. So, Councillor McGrath.
Yeah, I'll follow on from my line of questioning earlier that we just keep on the table that one of council's roles for many, many years has actually been to look after and do council housing. And I don't want to be too quick to be fobbing it off to a third party. If we can, you know, maybe there's an opportunity for us to do things differently, better, get better outcomes. If we look at it with the new lens, we've got new mayor, new council, new CE, different thinking, might be an opportunity for us to keep it in-house, step it up. And I mean, I wouldn't mind having a discussion about that. Yeah, I think, you know, we're a council, we need to do these things ourselves.
Councillor Mawson.
Yeah, through the chair, just following on from Councillor McGrath. One of the things that our staff just mentioned before was the 85-15 split. Now, I appreciate everyone here can understand that at some point someone has to pay. And looking at that 85-15, which was brought up before, 1.4% rates increase, whereas the keep sum 1.6, to me, that's a bit of a no-brainer. Now, I know there's a lot more number crunching to go on, but that straight away says that there is a way we can do it to keep everyone safe and in their homes at this stage. So I'm quite happy to talk about that from what Councillor McGrath said. Thank you.
Councillor Bogue.
Thank you. Yes, I do support this recommendation. I think, and I agree that I don't think it's a good thing for us to do at this stage, just consider selling any of that, of our land and property, because as we've been reminded, once it's gone, it's gone. And I think it's important for us to hold on to this large public-owned asset rather than risk some sort of privatisation and in the sale lose significant amount of value as well. So I definitely support that. But I was impressed with Deputy Mayor's comments about vision and principle, and what had come to my mind just looking around the country is that what we don't have sort of to use as a foundation for this decision is a strategy. And I think perhaps if we could take away from this the suggestion or the thought that we work on a vision with principles and action, that we do a stock take of the housing situation right across the spectrum in our city, that we work with central government, Kāinga Ora, private developers, iwi, and then we'll have a foundation, a principled foundation for making decisions like this as they arise over the years ahead. So yes, I do support full retention at this stage, and I just want to also thank the staff for all the incredible hours of hard work that you've put into producing this amazing piece of work for us to be best informed in our decision making.
Councillor Taylor.
Thank you, Worship. I think the principles that Deputy Mayor Brosnan has spoken about, we all accept that the principles need to be part of our underlying thinking. The one issue that I would like to throw on the table is that we're talking a little bit black and white of saying retain or sell. And the option that has been thrown on the table today by various people is around lease. And I would like us to consider the fact that all of our current stock could be leased. We still retain ownership, and the governance model or the operational model may need some tweaking of expertise, but we retain the ownership, we do not sell the land, and we have an income of the lease if in perpetuity. Now, we have had submitters who have said, oh, no, it'd be no good having them do it because they're only in it to make money. Now, I don't know about any particular organisation, including ourselves, who are here to make a loss. And so even in the not-for-profit sector, most of the people say, well, we're not actually not-for-profit, we're not for loss. So I think the lease option should be something that we give more consideration to. So the principle of retaining, yes, but looking at the model of how we retain that ownership and get an income from it is something that I think we should consider seriously.
Thank you, Councillor Taylor. Councillor Simpson.
Yeah, through you, Madam Chair, certainly concur with the commentary to date. I think it is important that we identify our lane and become better at what we do around the retirement housing. I think it is important that we caveat the protection of existing tenants or future tenants that we take on. I think it is important that we keep the culture and the nature of the retirement villages as they currently exist, but provide for growth within the asset that we operate or that someone else may operate on our behalf. So I wasn't 100% sure whose motion I was actually agreeing with.
We don't actually have a motion on the table at this stage, Councillor Simpson.
But it was a
Just
variation.
discussion. No motion, just discussion.
Yep. But I think the thing we need to be cognizant of is these assets sit on our asset register and are a vital part of our budget, our bottom line budget. Warren Buffett is an expert in property management and ownership. And the one thing he says is you never sell your soil, you leverage off it. And that's something we need to be really mindful of, and perhaps the opportunities in the past that we have missed is leveraging off some of the land assets that we currently own to grow our housing stock, particularly in this time of crisis. I certainly don't agree that this is the right time to sell anything, and there's certainly good case studies around the country that demonstrate this is not a good time or a good model for sale. And we would certainly be doing a significant disadvantage to both the ratepayer and our tenant if we went down that track. So certainly at this stage, I think we have to be mindful of what the asset is worth, particularly going forward. If the government seeks to take a whole lot of other assets off our balance sheet, how we balance our books going forward. So it's actually a bigger picture for us than just rental housing. It is about our bigger balance sheet that we need to be making this consideration across. But there certainly is, as was presented today, the option. And funnily enough, when I took my notes last night, one of the options I wrote down was retain and lease. So it's certainly along the lines of an option that is present for us. And over time, we know that land value simply grows. So it's an asset that will continue to grow and continue. If we invest in it wisely, it'll continue to provide a dividend for us. It's how we optimise that dividend as a landlord or as a leaseor.
Thank you, Councillor Simpson. And Natasha, you may just be able to assist me with this, but I'm just trying to recall in terms of, and again, I don't know if this was explicit in the submission from Soho, but my understanding is that under their proposition, the expectation would be that we would essentially be giving them the houses for nothing and retaining ownership of the land.
That's in response. That's not entirely clear. It's a bit silent in terms of the submission, but it is the understanding that we're talking about a ground lease and that they have the ability to demolish and rebuild buildings, so there's an assumption that they have control of those buildings and the whole portfolio. So that obviously would need to be teased out. Just to add, we did investigate the opportunity to lease the portfolio and retain the land. The consideration that needs to be made in such an agreement is that council doesn't retain liability, otherwise you are actually going backwards, not forwards. So it's just a consideration that you need to have in your mind around a lease opportunity.
Thank you. Councillor McGrath and then Councillor Crown.
Just another one to add into it. If we're getting down the lines of our lane's retirement and we're not looking to sell, then we have to think and consider where our social housing sits within that. Do we transition into full retirement? Do we leave it? What do we do? How do we back up if we want to be full retirement? How do we back that up with the social housing part of it?
Councillor Crown. Thank you through you, Madam Mayor. Yeah, great question, Councillor McGrath, and I suppose that would form part of the thinking and the transition planning if that was something that we landed on as a decision today. And I actually haven't heard anyone so far talk about considering selling. So when I was speaking around that, I think that our focus should be retirement housing and for disability housing. Yeah, it was more how do we shift the social from us to back to central government as their responsibility and not our responsibility. I just wanted to concur with Councillor Simpson around the benefit of maintaining the ownership of the land and also some of the comments given by Ms Mackey, especially around Soho. So Soho is just one player that has come to us through the submissions. I'd be really interested in understanding what other organisations are out there that have been working with MHUD, that have been working with Kāinga Ora and other developers. If we look over in Hastings, we see partnerships with Te Tai Whenua or Heretaunga as a chip. We see partnerships with iwi, etc. So to me, whilst we've got that example of Soho, it doesn't mean that others don't exist. And I think it would be worthwhile of us to figure out what it is we want to achieve through a lease arrangement and how we would go about getting what we need out of it. Yeah, so it's down on the table. Deputy Mayor Brosnan.
Through you, Your Worship, I think the conversation since I last spoke has really probably set out what that kind of hybrid option I was talking about might look like. And so I thought if you were happy, I could run through what I had, put down as an option for us to consider, and just acknowledging before I say that there is number 2 recommendation in our papers as well, is that whatever we decide will sort of go away and get full workings and come back to us, because I think there's a lot of detail in it. But so what I'd written down was that we lease the whole portfolio, so that's all villages, to a community housing provider with a fixed term long-term lease, and that council retain full ownership of the portfolio. It would be leased under the terms that we retain the current tenants, under the same terms that we retain the character of the pensioner and disability only dynamic of the villages, that there be a development of additional units over a 10-year period. So the submission we had was upwards of 400 units that could be worked through, that there's an acceptable lease that's paid to council, that there's an appropriate liability clauses, and that the lease is managed through an open tender process. And I would see that open tender process would see us get proposals with the proposed lease term, the proposed lease value, the phased development plan for any of the new builds, the accountability model in terms of council oversight, and the operational model in terms of tenant welfare, and that it demonstrates a true connection to Hawke's Bay, because as I think was brought up through the submissions, that connection, that local connection, I think should have a weighting as well. So just adding to the conversation.
Rather than continue talking in circles, would you like to put that as a motion and see if you have a seconder?
I'll second it.
It's been moved by Councillor Graham, but yeah,
You moved it, I'll second it.
I'm happy to put that on the table for discussion. I just don't have access to email, so I'm not sure how I could get that to governance, but I think it would be handy to have something.
It would be handy to.
When you finish, sorry.
Thank you, through the Mayor. I would just need to possibly get some advice around a full lease to an external provider and whether that triggers a change of control under the strategic assets, under the significance and engagement policy and the LGA, and whether that would require further consultation, because it's just about the instrument potentially that you would use to control the leasee.
Yeah, could I ask, I understood there was some advice gained when the submissions came through. Are you able to, in terms of whether or not reconsultation would be required when that lease option did come through in submissions?
Sorry, I'm not sure what you're referring to. No.
Could I just add that clause, or number 2 in the officer's recommendation, the plan will be developed outlining the next step, including the specific consultation processes required for the option selected. So that would be part of the resolution, that has to take place.
Now, I do just want to check in before acknowledging we've got a mover and seconder, and we will all have the opportunity to debate the motion that's been put in front of us and offer our views. Before we do that, is there anyone that would desire some further discussion before we do that? No? Okay.
Sorry, can we get Deputy Mayor just to reread?
We're going to get it put up on the screen. Yeah, we've got.
I have a stick. Give me a minute.
Councillor Tarpany's got his hand up.
Councillor Tapani.
Thank you, Councillor Taylor. Through you, Your Worship. I don't actually have anything to say that's very different from what's been expressed by the colleagues at the table. We did start around officer's recommendation A. My position currently is I have a preference for A, but I'd definitely be open-minded to B, depending on how the current conversation continues to evolve. My biggest concern is that we have a growing obligation and expectation around social well-being and how we as a council might provide such services or vitality to our community. And I'm conscious that our housing portfolio in its current makeup is a lever which provides us with the ability as a council to help adjust and mitigate some of the external factors which drive some detrimental change in our community. And so I'm pretty keen to see how we might be able to retain the capacity to continue to use that social lever. A is not the only recommendation that would enable us to do that, and the conversation around B is certainly framing up to be a positive one, which would still allow us to mitigate some of those social impacts. I'm also interested in noting that while our consultation was predominantly focused on rates, impacts and costs and the condition of the asset and what we need to do with an asset, I was encouraged by Jonathan Wallace and the Soho Collective and the use of principles as well. But I also note Councillor Crown's comment around they are one provider amongst potentially many, and that may be indicative of providers wanting to incorporate more principles in the way they run various business models. Also around the, I'm wondering, and I'm open-minded to being corrected in this space around this one, but the idea of maintaining a first right of refusal if we decide to pursue an option that sells those assets or temporarily disposes of those assets. I'm conscious that for me that seems a bit like a red herring. It's currently valued at $100 million. If we are talking 10, 15, 20, 100 years down the track, the cost of those assets would be significantly higher. And historically, only the Crown and the government has been in a position to be able to buy back assets that they've sold in a public space. And I just don't share the confidence of the statement that we will be in a position to actually buy back a substantially improved asset later down the line. And then your comments earlier on, Your Worship, around we've got massive reform and change happening at a central level, which is going to impact, as Councillor Simpson said, on our budget balance. And so we are being very careful around Three Waters and local government reform and the implications that it has for us as a local authority. For me, I think that our social housing portfolio is a matter which should really have equal focus and equal opportunity to be treated carefully as we consider our options going forward. So I am speaking in favour of A, but I'm not locked into A. I'm looking forward to hearing how our conversation progresses and would be definitely open to B.
Thank you, Councillor Tapani, and you've essentially just taken part in the debate that hasn't started yet, which was why I had asked Deputy Mayor Brosnan to actually put a motion on the table so that we can ascertain if there is an appetite around the table to enter into a full lease type agreement, so that then we can vote on that and relook at other options if that doesn't pass. But obviously, it will be if it passes, it passes. Councillor McGrath and Councillor Brown. No problem.
Mine's just a question, really, and it's if we were to enter into a very long-term lease, and we're talking about that land being available on our books, does it change our ability to borrow against that land if we have no rights or access to it?
Very good question.
Because we've had this, we've gone through these scenarios before with other leasehold properties. We've got them saying, well, you can't actually get the land from me as long as I have a lease. So the land has no value to us because we have no way to take it back.
Through the Mayor, just comparing it to our leasehold land that we hold, we do get that value every year, and it is on our books. And it's contained in our balance sheet.
Yep. Okay. Cool.
And we're able to leverage against it.
Correct.
Councillor Brown.
Thank you. Just before we put the motion, my brain hasn't quite caught up, and I'd just be
Sorry, and we're not going to put the motion, we're going to debate the motion.
Oh.
We're not going to vote on it until people have had an opportunity to talk to it.
Okay. I was just wondering if we could have a conversation around the pros and cons of leasing the whole portfolio versus leasing part of it, because I need to work through that before I can get to debate to decide. I don't have the answers, but I was just wondering if that could be discussed.
Just through the Mayor, I'm just also wondering whether it would be helpful, given that we don't have any indication that there is a person that would want to lease the whole of the portfolio and run it in the manner that's been suggested, that it just becomes part of the implementation. Rather than a resolution to direct to lease, because then it actually limits our ability and potentially will require us to come back. And given that we've identified the concerns around tenant certainty, that may not align well with that sentiment. So just a consideration about whether that could be part of the how it's implemented, as opposed to it needs to be implemented in that particular manner.
So essentially, reverting to Part C of the officer recommendation with perhaps some additional proviso in there around exploring a lease arrangement in particular, but not limiting ourselves to that. Is that what I'm hearing?
If I may, so it is just about making sure in the resolution that we do have enough ability to go back and seek the market's views about, and sorry, I'm just speed reading as we're talking, but if I understood the Deputy Mayor correctly, there's some conditions up there that we would need to make sure that we were able to get people who are prepared to lease. We have had an indication in the submissions on that, but potentially there is an opportunity to broaden the resolution, like make the statement, but broaden the resolution to include a ratio of rates, rent and lease to allow some more flexibility, potentially. But we can see how it goes once we've all had a chance to read it.
And just following through to, obviously, a lease will take time, so there still needs to be a decision around what do we do in the meantime. So I think the options stand, and it's just about how we could potentially implement your thoughts and within those options.
Just to seek some advice from governance, because I think the key point here is actually what the appetite around the table is to do a lease of the whole portfolio. So as opposed to going through a whole series of components within a resolution, what is the best way for us to go about from a process perspective to actually just, do we need to vote on that, or can we do that as a discussion item to enable us to move forward and either form a resolution around that in particular or start debating a different option? Essentially wanting to know if we need to have a formal vote on the lease whole portfolio option in order to be able to move forward and either expand on that or move forward and discuss another option, or whether that can actually be a discussion point and an informal show of hands to enable us to move on with the debate.
We could discuss just number one, the lease to a...
Just keeping the lease.
So it wasn't really, just lease only, although we could just discuss that. May I ask this question?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm just wondering whether, I understand that we need to retain some flexibility for our staff to be able to go away, especially as it relates to number 2 in the officer's recommendation at the moment. So in my mind, what we're considering or what we're talking about is 1A, so keeping all of the existing portfolio as in retaining ownership, and then whatever options we're looking to explore would fit into point 2 of the recommendation as it stands. So, that we instruct council officers to go away and explore a full lease option or a regional housing trust option, or that's where we would slot that stuff in, or am I oversimplifying things?
No, I think you're right.
I have a different view on that, because I think that although technically we're retaining ownership, a lease arrangement sits squarely under the C, where we are passing over control of those assets to somebody else. So I don't see that as being a part of 1A, where we are the decision makers, we have management and maintenance and control of the assets. So I see them as being quite different, and again, that's just my view.
Yeah, okay. That is.
Yeah, and thank you, the Chief Executive has just confirmed that that's correct. Councillor Mawson.
So through your worship, there's also something else. I appreciate what Councillor Crown's saying, but also it would be nice, although I appreciate this process and time, but after what you said earlier about, some clarity for the tenants, I mean, I would not like to leave today and have them still thinking that somewhere along the line, something's going to change for them to that detriment. So just a bit more clarity, which I guess is why we're here to talk. But from a resolution standpoint, I'd like something a little bit more certain. Now, I appreciate those conversations need to be had, no doubt about it, but yeah, just a bit of certainty for the tenants.
Councillor Brown.
I suppose a question for Councillor Crown and Deputy Mayor Brosnan is just sort of how, so we see it says exploration of the transfer options, e.g. lease, where you see that departing from what's on the board.
Where are you reading?
On the officer's recommendation 1C.
Sorry, I was. Oh,
yeah, because you said it was A, but it reads like C, so I'm just wondering.
Yeah.
It's that.
The difference.
I think in my mind is that I see it as a phased approach. So today, my personal position at the moment is that we're retaining ownership of the portfolio. But the next step is around the management of the portfolio. And in my mind, I'd like to explore a lease option of that and get a better sense of understanding around that. I feel like that would be a good, or create good outcomes for the tenants, as long as we are in control of perhaps a tender, open tender type process that would allow us to set those principles, etc. So in my mind, it's a two-phase thing. So today we're saying we want to retain ownership, but this is the way that we think we want to manage it in the future.
Thank you for that clarification.
Yeah, thank you.
Deputy Mayor.
And just to provide some clarity, probably it hasn't been done very well. I hadn't written that as a motion, so some of the, you might remember I preferenced that conversation with acknowledging there's number 2 in our resolutions, and I think a whole lot of the detail under there might be good more is just recorded in the minutes than in the motion, and the motion itself is more around exploring is there support for a lease option or not. So. I'm happy for the detail kind of underneath, around all that to form part of our minutes, but not necessarily the motion.
Councillor Crystal.
I'm totally in favour of retaining, and I can see what everyone's talking about, the lease, but I don't think that should be almost, we need options, and this, the way this reads, like this is the option, and I'm not for that at all. I think the options in retaining are us looking at how well we can do the job in-house at council, how we can do it better, how a lease would work, how a trust would work, not just, I think that's too specific, and we need to actually, if we're going to say we're retaining it and we're going for option A, the next step is then how do we make this work for our community? And I think most people would see this as option C, and it will be a kick in the guts to our community and our people who've presented to us at 75% saying they want us to keep keep our portfolio. So that's how I see this.
Thank you, Councillor Crystal. And I just want to get tidy up this from a process perspective. So are you wishing, Deputy Mayor and Councillor Taylor, do you want to proceed with your motion, or are you happy to withdraw it so that we can just carry on with the discussion?
Yep. I am happy to withdraw it.
Yeah, no, and that, sorry, I rushed you into that because I was just trying to move us forward.
It's all good. Happy to withdraw for now. But I think, sort of point of order, Your Worship, I think there has almost been debate on the motion without having
I
the opportunity
appreciate
to speak to it.
Yeah, I appreciate
so I would
that.
appreciate that opportunity.
Yes, so, well, I will provide you with that opportunity now to have input into the discussion now that we're not actually debating.
Yeah.
It's all going to look like a debate anyway, because we're all going to offer our views as part of the discussion. That's why I was concerned about whether it could be a discussion or whether we did have to formally put a motion on the table. That's what I was seeking clarity on.
We will get there in the end. Thank you. And I think for me, this option around a lease, and I think Councillor Crown articulated it really well around us retaining ownership of this asset for the future generations of Napier and those who have already had ownership of it as well. It's kind of the best of both worlds. So council retains full ownership of the portfolio. The tenants have certainty in their homes and in the character of their villages going forward. There's professional and specialised tenancy services involved to meet the tenants' needs, which we know that council hasn't done well over many decades. You know, the rates would not increase to subsidise the upgrading or the ongoing provision of pensioner housing or disability housing in the long term, and we are so pressured with the council with competing costs everywhere that being able to remove another, you know, even if it is just a 1.6%, you know, rate increase, it all adds up. Ratepayers would receive an income from that asset. We've had so many submitters say you need to keep it because it's an asset, and being able to have an income from that asset is a good thing for the people of Napier as well. So the lease would access the correct mechanism for funding, being the IRRS. That's really why we're in this position, this hole, is that central government decision around our inability to apply for it. So, and we've also seen in the reports that accessing the IRRS actually means lower rents for many of our tenants because of the way that funding works in terms of the percentage of income. So I just want to acknowledge the timing discussion that the Mayor had earlier. I think that working through an open tender process for the ongoing management of it through a lease would take some time, and that would allow, for instance, a regional trust to be established or any number of mechanisms. I'm acknowledging the conversation and the advice from our staff around needing options or a plan B if we were unable to find a lease under the terms that are the non-negotiables for us. But for me, leaving those options in at the start, I wouldn't support, because I have a lot of faith actually in the submissions that we've had that we would be able to find a leasee that would take this on. Also acknowledging the balance sheet discussion, I think this option supports that, and yeah, those are kind of my thoughts around the lease option. I wouldn't support bringing in a whole range of additional ways to do the transfer, because that really is just reverting to C, which is not what I'd like to do. Thank you, Your Worship.
Thank you. Councillor Bogue.
Yes, I'd speak against this suggestion. I think if we chose the leasing option, we're basically handing over our portfolio to an external lessee. We're taking away any control from the Napier City Council, and the land will be leased out, but we've basically handed it over. What we heard from Soho was a chip is very much part of this option, and that all new houses will be applying for the IRRS. Now, my concern with the IRRS, and I've got it from good sources, is that the IRRS is for people who are homeless, for people who have the highest need in the community for social housing. So, and in fact, we have, 801 people currently on our social housing register. 43% of them are looking for a one-bedroom unit, so which we would probably end up providing in these villages. So I don't have any confidence that a lessee with a chip is going to guarantee providing subsidised accommodation exclusively for retirees. And the concerns that were raised by many of our submitters about having a mixed group within those existing safe little secure villages that they had now is a real worry for them. So I don't support that. I support option A.
Councillor Taylor.
Oh, I'm happy to add to the Deputy Mayor's commentary in that I don't think we need to focus on one person or one organisation that has put forward ideas around the lease scenario. I think there will be other providers who may be interested, and Councillor Crown has already indicated that that has been the case in other parts of the country. And we have our own iwi and local Māori organisations who may wish to become part of this particular project. So I don't think we need to focus on Soho. I think they are one presenter who have talked about the lease option and how they may do it, but would be, I'm sure, others that would do it and do it slightly differently. But we do retain ownership. We do retain the land, and as I mentioned earlier, a mechanism by which we can have some helicopter control, perhaps.
Councillor Brown.
I'm also interested in how, if we were to retain all of the property in our ownership, whether we had any ability to grow our portfolio, because so I suppose firstly, I fully support all of the principles that Deputy Mayor put forward. And I think from here, it's about what are the options that actually meet those principles, if that is what we all agree on. And in order for us to fully retain the portfolio, if we're to retain the portfolio and retain control of the management, which I think is where a lot of the angst and worry in the community has come from, is council losing control of the management. How would we look to meet one of the principles, which was to grow the housing stock? And I suppose that's where I was heading in terms of before, if it was to be 50-50, and this is kind of converging to lots of thoughts here, sorry, but I suppose in my mind I was thinking, well, if we could ring fence some of the income for the rent to look after the existing stock, and whether there was a portion of rates that was used to increase the stock. So new builds would come out of rates, and the rent only looked after it was that cost recovery method where the rent covered the tenant management cost, the asset management cost, and had a float for the asset management reserves. Whereas if we were looking to increase our stock, that money would come out of probably loans that were then serviced by rates. Just throwing that in there.
Councillor Price.
Thank you. I've had the advantage of sitting here watching the Deputy Mayor type up everything, so I've been able to analyse it as we go. I fully support that we keep our land, our property. It's the crown jewels, and you don't sell them. I like the lease idea, and there was a couple of options either today. Penny Johnson came up with an option of a trust leasing it, and as you said, Councillor Crown has mentioned different ideas, so I think it's worth doing a lot of investigation into it. When you look at Soho, and that's just one option, I'm not saying you'd go with it, but he's talking of increasing 400 houses. That's exactly what Councillor Bogue said we're short. So I think there's some pluses in something like that. I'm not saying it's the be-all and end-all, but we also, we're the landlords, so we dictate some terms in the lease that will satisfy some of those concerns people have as to how it's carried out in the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Price. I am not supportive of the key focus here being on the lease of our portfolio. And I think that we are confusing ownership with control. And yes, we can indeed include caveats to any potential leasee, but that would greatly reduce the return that we would receive on the assets, just as it would if we were to sell the assets, because if the leaseholder does not have the ability to truly manage the assets, then it's not really an attractive proposition for them. To me, we've had submissions resoundingly supporting retaining our existing portfolio and retaining that within council control. And I think that's the key to the conversation that we're having. It's not just about ownership, it is about council being responsible and looking after the tenants that are in those houses. We do have a legislative obligation under the Local Government Act with the 4 wellbeings, one of them being social. So this does sit squarely within our mandate. And as has been discussed several times today, we are also in a period of great uncertainty around the future of local government, and initial indications from the local government reform is that we may well be charged with these types of services far more than we have been historically. So I think it's incredibly premature at this point in time to be making a decision about leasing out our housing portfolio lock, stock and barrel. We've been presented figures that show us that with a private-public split, retaining ownership and control is sustainable. We've received submissions from both tenants and the wider community that have clearly demonstrated that the desire of our community is to retain ownership and control, and that we can achieve that in-house with a review of our rent setting policy. We can also continue to lobby central government for the income-related rent subsidy. Retaining ownership also doesn't preclude us from continuing conversations with our fellow Hawke's Bay councils around what regional options may look like in the future. And I think that by moving forward with a fully retain option as outlined in A of the officer's recommendation, that truly gives us time to develop a better solution, which may essentially in the future be a combination of rate, rent and lease. But to narrow ourselves at this point in time into focusing on a lease of the full portfolio option, I think is not going to get us the best outcome for our community. And I guess what I would also propose under a full retain option is that we certainly investigate other operating models. That's quite different from investigating a lease. So other operating models may be that it still remains in-house but in a different way. It may be that we contract an external provider, which means we still maintain ownership and control, but we just have an external provider coming in for the property management if we've got ongoing concerns or feel that our tenants' needs would be better met with that sort of operating model. So I'm sort of thinking on the fly here, and that's the key things that are sort of coming out for me at this point in time. So I will stop talking and give someone else an opportunity to do so. Councillor Simpson.
No, I concur with your statements. There's three elements to this. One is the land, one is the dwellings that sit on the land, and the third is the tenants that we want to care for and look after in the best way that we can. There are opportunities, but I think the holistic lease is a risk. But certainly there's opportunities there for other options around how we grow the assets through leasing the land that's currently vacant or whatever it may be. So I think we just have to cover off those risks. And I think, but the elements are the land, where we sit on what we want to do with the land, where we sit on what we want to do with the actual dwellings, around management, around operations, where we want to sit around who's looking after our tenants That's the trunks of the discussion. But what's clouded this is how it's paid for. And the fact that, and the big cloud is the fact that we're not entitled to a subsidy that other housing providers are entitled to. And I think that's what's clouded this debate around how we progress this forward. So I think the key thing for us is just to get our minds around, have we really been that bad a landlord going forward? You know, if we look at the rhetoric, have we really been a bad landlord? So is it simply a case of us being more certain around having staff that are capable and able to go on and deliver that tenancy management and social care service, or that we can contract in people to provide that for us? Is that the better discussion rather than whether we're leasing or selling or what we're doing? Because I think at the end of the day, what the tenants want are to be looked after, and that they can have assurance that their landlord isn't going to do the nasty on them. And that's really what part of this debate is about providing our tenants assurance that we've got their best
Interests,
thank you, at heart. But at the end of the day, we've also got to pay the bills. And that then comes back to our business model to say, you know, have we really done a bad job, or is it just the way we've done the sum that has created the problem? And you know, and I think it's a case of now saying, where are we sitting with ownership? Is it that we should continue doing what we're doing and improve the service, and then look at options around how we grow the capacity of our service, versus lock, stock and barrel leasing? I think that's really the discussion.
Thank you, Councillor Simpson. Now, I'm conscious that we have been going for 2 hours, which means we're due for a break. But Councillor Crown, I did see that you had your hand up. Would you like to go now, or we'll just have a 10-minute break? Entirely up to you. Yep. Okay. So we'll reconvene in 10 minutes. Yes, welcome back, Councillor Tapani as well. So we will reconvene, and Councillor Crown.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm just in the interest of trying to move us forward. What I'm hearing around the table is that we are A all the way so far, and it's about teasing out and figuring how we can create some space for us to land probably on the best option operating model. And I'm wondering whether we can fit that into point 2 of the recommendation as it stands. So in my mind, it's A. That's what we talk, that seems to be the consensus around the table so far. So it's, how do we include the options so that we can potentially maintain that control, deliver the service in-house, but if through exploration and through research it's shown that it would make more sense for us to contract it out, that we have that option as well. So it's building that capacity in there for us so that we get the best possible outcome for our tenants and for our ratepayers, our residents. So in my mind, that's what I would like us to explore, is how do we use the resolution to provide that.
Thank you, Councillor Crown, and that's actually exactly what I've been drafting when we've been talking to include in any potential resolution that we instruct council officers to investigate potential other operating models, and we can do some more wordsmithing on that should that end up becoming part of the resolution. So again, I have also heard that the majority seems to be indicating A as their preference. So just to close off the proposition put up for discussion by the Deputy Mayor, I guess just an indication if there is any desire to continue formulating a resolution which focuses on a lease of the whole portfolio.
Can I have a question?
Absolutely.
Just on that, and I agree with what you're saying, but would, in that investigation we're going to do, investigate the fact that we could lease it out or contract it?
And we can tease that out.
Tease that out. You got me.
Okay, so on that note, I think we do want to start the basis of our resolution with Part A of the officer's recommendation, being that we keep all of the existing portfolio, implement a public-private benefit approach, and implement a cost recovery rent setting policy. And that we need to put in some additional parts to Part 1 of the resolution. And it may be that it forms part of A, but essentially having a focus on implementing a sustainable cost recovery policy. So we're going to start doing some wordsmithing in here, so everyone feel free to help out as we progress. But I think we don't necessarily need to land on an exact public-private benefit approach today, and I think that will form part of the sustainable cost recovery policy that we instruct council officers to prepare.
Well, can I just make a suggestion? How about that council has decided to keep all of the housing portfolio?
Well, so that's essentially Part A. Yeah.
Keep all the
Yeah.
portfolio.
And I think that we also need to ensure that in setting that cost recovery policy, the current and anticipated costs are reviewed in light of the fact that it's quite a rapidly changing environment at the moment. So just include cost recovery, rent setting policy, and the current and anticipated costs are reviewed as part of the policy, setting of the policy.
May I, Madam?
Yeah.
I think we might be saying the same thing. Just, if I may, Madam Mayor, just the word sustainable in front of cost recovery.
I thought that was in there, yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Can I ask a question?
Mm-hmm.
Would that, obviously, what you foreshadowed as part of 2 could potentially impact that policy. So how would the 2 interact?
In terms of if 2 includes the investigation of
Different
lease.
operating model.
I was going to include a different operating model as part of 1, as an independent subset within that.
Okay.
So that essentially, and we could make it be, we can worry about the order later on, that we do have in here that direct council officers to investigate other further service operating models.
With a view to sustainable cost recovery, is that?
From my perspective, that's not linked to sustainable cost recovery. That is around ensuring we've got a high-performing, fit-for-purpose operating model in place.
Thank you, Mayor.
And that would come through to council. There's a gateway there, isn't there? The operating model decision.
We can make that explicit in there. I thought it was pretty obvious, but yes, if you want to.
So I would have thought that was 2, but just, that's part of 2. We have to bring back all of 1.
Yeah.
Excuse me, Your Worship. I've just got a question for staff. Excuse me, Natasha and Caroline. Would this policy, would you be able to get this policy done before September this year so we could get the rates, the rent increases then, or are you foreshadowing this to go into the next annual plan?
So the option is that we would continue as we are in terms of loan funding the gap until the model is settled upon, or the cost recovery figures are settled upon. However, our current policy requires us to have a look at an annual rates increase. So, rent increase, mixing the 2. So that then closes a window in terms of being able to apply the rent and any rent increase for another 12 months.
I guess what I'm asking is, we've said there that we're going to look at a sustainable cost recovery rent setting policy. Would you have the time between now and September to do that policy to then maybe implement that in September?
Well, come into it.
Possibly, I can't commit to that. And the other thing about I'll take this opportunity around the public-private split, we kind of possibly need an indication of where we're landing with that in terms of the assessment and recommendation, because it will help inform the cost recovery model and the rent setting, et cetera, et cetera. It's kind of quite a key piece of information to carry through to the rest of the analysis.
So just to get some clarity here, Natasha, because as part of the original officer's recommendation, it did include setting the rent setting policy. So I would have thought that what we've got up there now, and if we provide some direction on the public-private split, the timeframes shouldn't be any different to what were already outlined in the paper. We're not actually asking for anything different.
Yeah.
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 Okay.
But yeah, to determine that split rather than deferring that to another time.
Deferring that decision?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm very happy to debate that now. If other councillors feel happy that they've got enough information for us to include a public-private split in part of the resolution. Councillor Mawson.
Yeah, I think that the 85-15 looked pretty reasonable for both parties, personally, with a 1.4% rates rise, and obviously a slight rent rise as well.
The two were discussed, councillor Bogue.
So do we have to decide which one now?
Yes. Councillor Brown.
I think because it is a cost recovery model, it's going to depend significantly on what model we choose, which is what we're going away, telling the staff to go away and come.
No, the cost, we already have that information in terms of what the cost recovery looks like. So the policy is more around establishing what that public-private split is and and how we set that. So
I understand what councillor Brown's saying though, because if the investigation of the service operating models, for instance, showed some part leasing where there was return into the budget, that would have an influence over the public-private split.
And further to that, if we were to, say, increase our levels of service to provide more wraparound services, that's going to greatly increase the amount of cost that needs to be recovered and therefore significantly increase further the rent that would need to be collected and what was going on to rates. I feel like they're interconnected.
I think they will always, sorry, through you, Madam Mayor, I think they will always be interconnected.
Yeah.
So it's a matter of the instruction today is to retain. We need a gauge because bearing in mind we need to review the final figures of what council is looking at for a rent setting policy, because that does impact the other parts of the service delivery model. So let's just say that we did that today. Obviously, number two is that we need to bring that plan back to you. So there's another opportunity to debate that as we go forward. What I would say though is that this is always going to be interconnected. Like, we're not going to stifle ourselves by not being able to bring innovation or new partnerships to the table for debate. So I see even just saying above 75 is really useful for us to actually bring something tangible back to you, but also to give our tenants some certainty as to what we're talking about there. Like, if you weren't listening to the debate and part of this debate, I wonder if that resolution would make sense to you if you're sitting, in there in your home. So from our perspective, it would be very helpful, but I would also say that we're not locking ourselves into that until the implementation plan is brought back.
Question?
thank you, Chief Executive, for clarifying that. Councillor Price.
Just a question on how often do we review these rents?
Annually.
Annually. So that covers any issue that may get out of kilter, doesn't it?
Councillor Brown.
Is there any risk of the rates going, well, firstly, is there our ability to phase in a rates increase? Because I'm conscious this is a massive increase for some households. Rent increase, sorry. And then secondly, my other question is, is there any risk of us putting the rent up and then a different operating model being put in and then the rates coming back, rent coming back down?
And I guess that is what the Chief Executive was trying to explain. There's so many components of this that we need to just provide some clear direction now about the base principles, recognising that as the work is done to prepare an implementation plan, it will come back to us and there may be some changes required at that time in terms of the rent setting and the rates component.
Right.
But to provide that initial guidance is imperative in terms of enabling council officers to move forward with the planning.
And through you, Madam Mayor, I certainly don't want to throw another what could be perceived as spanner in the works, but I am listening to this debate and the submitters today and wondering if you do want, notice I'm not making eye contact with my staff, but you do want to instruct us to do a housing strategy.
That's on my list.
Oh, well, there you go, because that's where we could cover off a number of Councillor Brown's questions in terms of, what happens when this changes, what's our intent.
So I guess
Sorry, team.
While councillors ponder that public-private split, if I could perhaps just indicate some of the other notes that I've made for inclusion in the resolution. So, yes, there was instruct council officers to develop a housing strategy to guide future decision-making around provision of council housing.
Excuse me, could it be broader than just council housing?
Oh, actually, yes, correct, Maxine, Councillor Bogue, it would be just future housing planning, full stop, city housing planning. Yes, please.
Although I would suggest, for the purposes of that being a very big topic and a number of different committees, that you might want to instruct us to focus on council's housing portfolio.
Initially.
Yeah.
Housing strategy.
Or council housing. That's kind of it, isn't it?
Just leave it at that.
Yeah. Leave it at that and we'll come back to you.
Yeah. Yeah, let's keep it simple. Okay, so because of the fact we are looking at the public-private split and an associated rates increase, just to make note in here that this will, to consult on the rates increase as an LTP amendment to the annual plan 2023-24. And that includes the rates cap increase.
Excuse me, through the Mayor, it won't be a long-term plan amendment?
Oh, I thought that's what I said. A long-term plan, as
Annual-
part of the annual plan.
Yes.
Just an annual plan amendment.
Oh, just an annual plan amendment? It wouldn't be an LTP amendment?
Talking about 1.4, aren't we?
Significant, does it hit the significance? Depending on the rates
Well,
component.
we've not talked.
Don't think it's listened to it, but
It's definite.
it doesn't, the 80% has to be
No. But it's definitely in
Perhaps
her.
that's, we can, perhaps we need to include that in the full plan of next year. Perhaps. Carolyn?
Well, and it'll be a amendment to our revenue and financing policy.
Yeah, that's on the list.
Okay.
Just in response, though, all of those things can be included in the implementation plan in terms of the policy change amendments and timings.
As opposed to bringing them through as part of the council resolution?
That's a suggestion, just that we get all of those things right, because things like depending on how much the rates increases will be determined around significance and how that consultation will need to be taking place.
Yeah, well, if it's not necessary to include these steps as part of the resolution, I'm happy to leave them out and include that as part of the implementation plan.
Include it in the minutes.
No, keep this housing strategy.
And I also had continue to lobby central government for access to the income-related rent subsidy. Do we need to include in the resolution that we will continue to fund the shortfall in the interim from loans, or that will need to form part of the resolution? I mean, it is already in the long-term plan, obviously.
Yes, you do have obviously the option of increasing rates temporarily, so it's just to keep with the status quo of loan funding.
Yeah, so E was just, continue to fund the deficit from loans until the rates increase has been consulted on and implemented.
No.
Just a question, Your Worship. Would the sustainable funding policy cover off the repayment of the loans?
That one there.
I would say yes, it has to be. And a sustainable, it has to be in it.
Yeah. Okay. So, Carolyn, if you could just remove the old redundant B and C.
Actually, I think it still is 2. Sorry, Carolyn.
Yeah, that is
That is
still
still 2. Sorry, if I may, I actually think it is its own number because it kind of applies to all of the above, doesn't it? Sorry, Mayor Wise, do you think
Yeah.
it is still 1 A to E and then number 2? Sorry. Is it? Yeah. Or does it not matter?
No, it's standalone.
Standalone.
It's standalone.
Yeah.
Yeah, sorry, thank you. It is standalone.
Councillor Taylor.
Just a question, Your Worship. Where and then through which part of this do we have the opportunity to increase our stock? Because it's been indicated that that's one of the biggest issues, and I'm, at this point in time, unable to see how we are going to be in a position to increase our stock without having to perhaps sell some land.
Yeah. You want me to have a crack?
Yeah.
Through you, Your Worship, and in fact, Councillor Taylor, that is a wicked problem in terms of the question that you've asked, but the way that I see it going forward is that would be part of C, for us to come back to you with actually bringing these issues to the table and how we see we could go forward.
And 2. It also fits under 2.
And I'm not sure if it could fit under 2, but I think it's probably, the gap that a number of you have raised and a number of our submitters have raised is that overarching strategy as to how we approach these issues. So, sorry, I did hear a couple of councillors say that it does fit under 2. The reason that I just hesitated there is because of managing expectations for the implementation of A and then our ability to grow. So, hope that makes sense. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Brown.
Just a question, do we want to include in the resolution something around assisting the current tenants to be able to get the accommodation supplement, or would that fill in another step?
Yeah, I don't believe that needs to form part of the council resolution. That actually essentially becomes part of the service that we're delivering to tenants under the operating model that's implemented. Okay, if we take a moment to review what's up there, if anyone thinks that we are missing anything.
Can I get a greater understanding of 2? So, direct council officers to investigate further service operating models. Is that all service operating models?
It's delivery models of the actual property management is what my intention was. So we might need to include that in there, and happy to discuss that further if there is a different view around the table of what that should cover.
So just as a question in there, that would then allow you, I think you mentioned in your dialogue earlier, contracting the service out.
That's correct.
So all the different service deliveries models.
That's correct, yeah.
Okay. So it doesn't necessarily mean that it's going to be provided by Napier City Council.
That's correct.
That was one of the
Property to investigate property management service operating model?
Yeah, include the words property management. Maybe take out service, just property management operating models.
But does that include tenancy? Or is that just the property?
Yeah. Is it worth putting out the asset
and tenancy.
management versus tenancy management?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. So,
just a question, with the strategy, will we be talking to other stakeholders to develop that, or is it just going to be the council? Like, iwi, Kaingora, whoever else?
Through you, Madam Mayor, our strategies always include discussions with relevant parties. I think that's why I was just making the comment that, yeah, we need a housing strategy, absolutely, but we would probably focus on the parts that relate to this debate first, rather than start really big and then come down to that macro level. So as a general principle, we would engage fully when we were writing or preparing a strategy, but as we have all kind of acknowledged, 1C, we've left it quite broad so that we can have some time to think as to how we would implement that.
Councillor Price.
I'm back to B again. Who decides what a preferred model, which is a preferred model?
Ultimately, B's asking us to investigate and bring options back to you. So the decision point on any model, the decision point in this case on any model, including property and tenancy, would come back here.
We could just change the wording. We could just change the wording to bring options back to council.
Yeah.
If you're more comfortable with that.
I don't want to put any staff in a position where they've had to make the decision.
Well, especially because it's about their own employment.
What's that?
Okay. And just remove the word models. Yeah, thanks, Carolyn. No, just options.
Yeah.
Councillor Price is just saying because it's their employment.
So, if Councillor Simpson?
Yeah, through you, Madam Chair, just the word further in B. Earlier on, you mentioned the words fit for purpose. Do you mean fit for purpose or do you mean further?
I think let's leave it at further, and that covers off fit for purpose as well. So if there's no further comments or amendments, I'm happy to move the motion from the chair. If I have a seconder, Councillor Mawson, thank you. I'm going to keep this pretty short and sweet because I think I've said it in several other discussions throughout the afternoon. But to me, after reviewing the submissions that came through, it really became quite clear that retaining our portfolio was the only option that we could move forward with in order to ensure we protect our tenants, that we meet our obligations around the 4 wellbeings within the Local Government Act, and that we have the ability to maintain control but also explore other opportunities that may enable us to provide the service in a more effective way. So, as I've said, right from the start of this process, in fact, number one for me has been around giving our tenants some certainty as well. And I think that the motion that we have pulled together this afternoon does that and enables us to move forward on a clear pathway to establish the best possible and sustainable way we can retain ownership of our housing portfolio going forward into the future. So, Councillor Mawson, would you like to speak now or would you like to retain your right to speak at the end?
I'm happy to speak now.
Yep.
It's always a hard one going after Mayor Wise. Just to echo, what we wanted today is a bit of certainty for tenants, provide a good balance between tenants and ratepayers. And whilst that conversation still needs to be had in the sense of how much that means for both, as in obviously cost, at least it's certainty for the tenants, and obviously we'll review that rates thing later on. Thank you.
Oh, we were actually going to give you an indication of the public-private, which we didn't do.
And thank you, Mayor Wise. Sorry, didn't want to interrupt the flow there, but it does, if we could have resolution A back up, it is wide open at the moment.
Yeah, we do need to provide some guidance on that public-private split.
And while I have the mic, might just pay for us to read it again. It's quite a wordy resolution, if I may.
Perhaps that's what I should have said.
Sorry.
No.
So I was just sitting here going, oh, shit, it's wide open.
I'll say ITT.
You're going to find
It is very wordy, isn't it, Chief Executive? Would you like to do some wordsmithing for me? It's been a long day.
Certainly not my forte, and it is very much elected members, but perhaps it is actually there's two parts to it. So implement a public-private benefit approach based on a X ratio, and then B becomes implement a sustainable cost. If you know what I mean. I think we might need to split
it
this
into
out.
two. Yeah. That's a good way to approach it, yeah.
Oh, you're welcome. I'm pleased I contributed.
Did you add more words or take
Oh,
some?
I'm sorry, Carolyn. We just need to let the elected members write that next bit.
Yes,
So-
we'll discuss that
So
now.
if you just want to hit, no, you're right, leave that there and just hit enter for now.
Where the public.
And then, yeah, press enter to make a new point B.
Go back to
Perfect.
A now and complete that. Thanks, Carolyn.
So we've had Councillor Mawson propose an 85-15 earlier. Any advances on, not that I want to make light of this, but it has been a long day. Councillor Crown.
Sorry, so I actually quite liked the Chief Executive's, it wasn't a suggestion, it was just a comment around 75% or more. I guess in my mind, it's about making sure that tenants can trigger that activation of them being entitled to accommodation supplement, and that it rationalises, you know, the increase without having huge impact on them. So if 75% can achieve that, and if we can provide a band like that rather than a specific split, then that would be my preference.
So the wording could be based on the private component being 75% or more. Is that?
Well, you could put it the opposite way around. The public contribution is no greater than 20%.
Well, you could, yes.
I think that would readability point of view would be better. But can I just check in with Natasha and Carolyn that provides enough certainty for them
what
to.
I'm concerned about.
Thank you.
In response, sorry to be the bearer of bad news, I think every time we do the split, as you were aware when we did the 85-15, there's so many different components to it, 1 bedroom, 2 bedroom, 3 bedroom, couple versus single, etc. Having that so loose, it doesn't actually provide any certainty for tenants to be able to go to MSD and say, because they base it on the rent, they don't base it on any kind of percentage. Obviously, it gives us some certainty in terms of the modelling, and I think an answer to Councillor Brown's point is once we've done the recasting of the costs, etc., then you're still basing off a funding requirement, but you have your percentages. So whether it's cutting the pie. So whether the costs increase or decrease due to whatever model we are able to offer up, it is the proportion that is allocated rather than the cost itself. And I think it would be very helpful to have a definitive split. Yeah.
Definitive, noting that
we
costs
suggested
need to
75,
be.
25.
I like 75.
The percentage.
75.
75 sounding,
Yeah.
through the chair, 75 sounding pretty good for a start.
Anyone? I like Gregor's suggestion, 85.
Can I suggest 80-20, meet in the middle? Compromise for those who are
Yes.
I think that's reasonable.
80-20?
I don't want to be here for another 2 hours.
So based on an 80-20,
The public component being no more than 20%.
oh,
no,
is that-
sorry, we
no, we
wouldn't.
need to
No,
have it as
they want
specific,
definitive.
based on an 80-20 private-public split.
Sorry, we changed.
I'm going to go backwards down, I'm going to delete.
No, public first, because
Yeah.
that's what
Yeah,
that.
that's first.
Oh, no, sorry, private, public, yeah. My brain's starting to.
I was waiting for it to be a long way around before we're in here.
on
For clarity, Carolyn, and apologies, councillors, I know you're tired, but can we actually just go 80% private? Thank you. 20% public, or other way around?
Oh, yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you could just say ratio, if councillors are happy with that.
Is that, just a question, is that 20% being modelled anywhere in terms of current rates impact?
So we've had the 75-25, which was the 2.4, and then the quick estimate for 85-15 was 1.4, so this will be in the middle, so it'll be 1.9.
Quick maths.
Ish. Thank you,
Subject to, obviously, a full
Yeah.
piece of modelling being undertaken.
And is that currently built into people's rates because we're currently subsidising, or is this an additional rating impact? Just so I get that straight.
This will be an additional rating impact from 23-24, subject to consultation.
So that's what we need to bring back in part of 2, which is all of the steps that need to be taken, whether it's annual plan, whether it's long-term plan amendment, whether it's finance and revenue policy, etc., etc. But yes, it's additional.
So your brain going tick, tick, tick. No. Okay, so I will now open up to other councillors to speak to the motion, and also just I will suspend Standing Order 21.6, which limits the number of speakers to enable all members to speak to the motion if they wish to.
I'll kick it off.
Oh, Councillor Crystal and then Councillor Bogue.
Thank you. I'll keep it short and sweet. I think we've listened to our community, and I see that as my role on council is to be the community's voice, and they spoke and we've listened. And I would really like to talk to the tenants. I know this has been a really hard time for them, and a lot of uncertainty, and it's quite distressing to hear they're scared of us. I have met some of our tenants, and you know, they're really, really proud of their units, and very grateful for what they have. So hopefully this gives them some certainty for them moving forward. And you know, I think there's a lot of obviously decisions to be made how we move forward, but I think we can do a really good job of looking after our tenants and our housing moving forward.
Thank you. Councillor Bogue. Yes, similar to Councillor Crystal, it's been a very long and harrowing process for our tenants starting 4 years ago, and I'm hoping that our decision today for us to retain the ownership of the flats will give them some security and peace of mind, and that we can go forward in a collaborative manner, council and tenants, to a more secure and collaborative future.
Councillor Tapani and then Councillor Crown.
Thank you, and through you, Your Worship, the only comment I'd like to add is to acknowledge our community and our ratepayers. We asked for the city to help us to define the value of our housing portfolio and where that sits within our operations as a council. It's not normal business as usual for every council. And so, first of all, I'd like to acknowledge all of those who submitted into this process, and secondly, those who came and spoke directly to us, especially considering the intimidation factor that they mentioned. And so I appreciate that our community has sent a clear signal that retaining the housing portfolio is a focus that we need to invest in. And so ngā mihi nui ki a koutou for addressing the call from council to help give us some insight and direction around our housing. Kia ora.
Kia ora. Councillor Crown. Thank you, through you, Madam Mayor. Yeah, and I agree with the previous speakers to the motion. I feel like the well-being of our people has really guided the discussion and the debate today, and we've landed somewhere with compassion but also some caution
which I think is really important. I also just wanted to say that the biggest point of interest that I found when I was going through the submissions was that query of principle, whether council should actually be in public housing or not. And I think today we've shown that we certainly think that we should be. You know, there was a precedent, the fact that we already owned a portfolio, considering the environment of local government reform and our legislative responsibility to well-being. I don't see how it could not be, you know, a job for us. And I'm really proud that we have recognised that today.
Councillor Brown.
I concur with everything that's been said, and just suppose I'd like to reiterate one of the submitter's comments where he said it takes a village to raise a child and it takes a village to care for the elderly. And I think today we're doing our part in that, and I think we've struck a nice balance, and I hope that our service that we already provide to our tenants will help them, because I'm very conscious that this is going to be a significant rent increase to our tenants, and I hope that they receive a good service from us in terms of hands-on help and lots of compassion to transition into that increased rent.
Councillor Simpson.
Yeah, through you, Madam Chair, I certainly speak with the motion. And I think we have to be mindful that many of our tenants were led by previous central governments that said, in your retirement, we'll look after you, and they've been left more or less deserted in their retirement. And I think this move by us today demonstrates that, at least at the local level of government, we do care about our retirees, and we do want to look after them long into their retirement. And I think that's a really important element and step for us. I think the dilemma for us has been, how do we turn an asset that was performing like a liability back into an opportunity? And that was the dilemma for us, is how do we do it in a way that recognises that somebody's got to pay and somebody's going to benefit, and how we create that balance. And I think that's a really important element of how we conduct our business. It's just unfortunate that this matter has sat on the table for 4 years, and from my perspective, when I'm reading through all the submissions, I'm thinking, why do these things take so long? And I think part of it is making sure that we have full information. We've been lucky enough to ride through some of the decisions made by other local governments, and we've witnessed what's happened in those environments. So to a degree, time has provided us that advantage, and that has now provided an advantage for our existing tenants and future tenants. So I think it's really important that we've taken what I believe is actually quite a courageous step when other local governments are still choosing to walk away from retirement residents. So thank you, everybody, for your participation, and thank you to those 291 people that sat down and gave us a submission and gave us your clear thoughts and expectations.
Thank you. Councillor McGrath.
Might as well go around the table. Yeah. I'd actually like to congratulate the council and the community for this decision today, actually putting people first. We're now scrambling to how we pay for it. So that means we actually put people first. And there was a lot of comments online that why should we even, participate? Council is already predetermined. If we were predetermined, it wouldn't be 5:39 in the afternoon. So don't believe everything you hear on social media. If there's some consultation out there or engagement, please participate. Help us out.
Councillor Price.
I'll keep mine very short. I just feel that we've gone through the process and it's been a win-win, and that's good.
Right now.
Right now.
Councillor Taylor.
Oh, actually, I wasn't going to say anything because I think it's all been said. But yeah, I'm glad we've got to where we've got to. I've thrown up some options as we've gone along because I think they're things that we need to consider. And I think the resolutions that we've ended up with have given us that opportunity to debate and look at various things, and that in the future, some of the information we'll get provided back will actually crystallise some of the decisions that we have to make.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Brosnan.
Oh, sorry.
Crystallise. I'm kind of in two minds around where we've landed. So I support the resolution, and I'm glad that we have some checks and balances in there and some further decisions to be made, especially around how we best operate. But I'm in two minds about it because, you know, for me, this was the easy decision for us. What we've landed on, it's exactly what you know, all of the noise is telling us. But I in my heart, I feel like we've missed an opportunity to add additional to our stock. And we've also just, without even talked about it, put another 2% on rates, which we'll hear about in the annual plan. You know, when you've got young families who are struggling with living, you know, the cost of living, and who have bought houses, and we know that rates increases flow onto rents, and I know that we will see this in our annual plan. So when we consult on an additional 2% rate rise for everyone as a result, I just can't help but feel like we missed an opportunity to meet all of the principles that we talked about in the beginning through a different operational model, but also retain full ownership. And I know it was a more difficult decision for us to have made. So I'm in two minds. I support the resolution and where the conversation has got to, but I still, in my heart, feel like we've missed a trick to get more housing, which we desperately need, without additional cost to ratepayers. So that's where I've landed.
Thank you. So I will keep my right of reply very short, but I want to say thank you to our tenants for their patience over the past 4 years. Thank you to everyone who has submitted. Thank you to council officers who have provided the many, many reports and information. And lastly, thank you to the councillors for your participation today. And I slightly disagree with the Deputy Mayor here. I actually think it took more courage to retain the ownership of our housing portfolio. To sell it to someone else and make it their problem, I think, was the easy way out. We've listened to our community. They've told us they want us to retain ownership, and they've told us that they are happy to part fund that with rates, and acknowledging that we will have a second round of consultation, and I'm sure we'll hear from people that we didn't hear from this time around, and that's part of local government. And I also don't believe that we have lost the ability to grow our portfolio. I think that we still can explore that through the development of our housing strategy, and I'm really excited at doing that piece of work and looking at the ways that we can grow the portfolio if that is what we decide we want to do. So that's it from me. And on that note, I will put the motion. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Against? Carried. Well done, everybody. Does anyone want to clap? I think Natasha does.
Well done.
And before we all disappear, we will close with our closing karakia, please.
Ki runga i ngā iwi katoa o Ahuri, kia piki te ora te kaha me te māramatanga, ngā wā katoa, ti hei mauri ora.